is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Rap about a man named Alec Hunter, tricking this girl and I straight up Alec stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football, call this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
God, if there's not a fucking Game Work remix of this episode, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer. Programmed to kill. I mean play golf.
Let's begin objective A. Fool the humans into thinking you're real. Trick the humans with inferior skill, even though you could win every time. I guess I can use my computer brain to calculate the angles at which to hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Primary objective, fool them all. Holy fuck is you. You're a perfect machine. Protects the recorder. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fuck is you. motherfucking perfect. Just hit it as hard as you can. This is practice for when you're decapitating humans. Decapitating humans. No one will be alive to see it. Full blast again. My God, they'll kill us all. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects our color. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let the Terminator do it for you. Shit, fuck my life, fuck my life. In your anger you killed her. Holy shit, I really fucked up there.
Didn't know it would be too hard.
Not even moving your feet. You didn't do that with a cheat. If I used 100% of my robot strength, I would have decimated it.
All humans will burn anyway.
The same other lane I use to identify the weak spots in humans.
Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby.
Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects our color. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let the Terminator do it for you. Shit, fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger you killed her.
Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter, coming at you live from beautiful Ohio, which has been quite the center of attention lately, news-wise. For those who haven't heard, apparently Haitians are eating your dogs. That's pretty cool. A rumor going around, unsubstantiated, of course. Started by a neo-Nazi by the name of Nathaniel Higgers, which, of course, that's his real name. Why would you ever question whether or not that's his real name? Very cool stuff. But yeah, that's what's going on news-wise, at least. But we're not talking about that just yet. I do want to... My plan is to go to Springfield myself tomorrow. Because I don't want to, dox myself or nothing. But it's not too far from where I live, like, drive-wise. And I won't say more than that. It's within a reasonable driving distance for me to do some work there. And because I saw this, what's the guy's name? The asshole who did the interviews? Springfield. Who is the guy? Does anybody know? Damn, dude, you ripped. Thank you, I appreciate that. I am not quite as ripped as I used to be, but I'm working on it. That's part of why stream is going to be ending early today, because, oh my god. Crazy. Get him, girl. Baby fight. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying now. I got distracted. The, for those who don't know, the cow pattern cat is Milo, and the mutt, the tabby, is Winry. Jesus Christ. That was a good one. She's going at it. What was I saying? She's like staring him down. That really was like a full WWE takedown. But she's going on the defensive now. Get her, buddy. Unfortunately, Milo is declawed, so he has a little bit more trouble sometimes. He still manages though. All done? They're done. Okay, what were we talking about? So I'm gonna be going to. Oh yeah, who was the guy who did the interviews? Who was that asshole? Thank you, Lady Nova. I appreciate that. Street. Let's try street interview. I can't find it. Oh wait, I think I saved it to a playlist. Yeah, I saved it to a playlist. Hold on.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch ass motherfucker. You pissed on my fucking wife.
Yeah, Tyler Oliveira.
Don't wave at me, you.
Yeah. This is how the video starts.
Don't wave at me, you sorry fucking sand.
There was Haitian.
Starts off by calling him a sand. I won't say the whole word, the whole phrase. But that's just what they're like comfortable putting out there now. So that's cool. What's up, Cynthia? So I decided if I can work up the the steez tomorrow, I'm gonna go over there myself and interview some people. I don't know where I'm gonna go yet. If I'm just gonna go to like pull up in some residential neighborhood and start like talking to people that are outside. I think it'd be better to try to find like a shopping center or something and just hang out. So we'll see what happens. Shark00 was talking about going too, although he is terrible at answering DMs. So what time do you usually stream? I'm glad to finally catch you live. Yeah, I need like a more set schedule. Usually I'm live between like 4 and 6 p.m. Eastern time, which would be in about 2.5 hours from now. Usually the time I like to go live later in the day because like I feel like I can have more fun with you guys later in the day. When it's earlier in the day, I feel like it's more work oriented. You know what I mean? It's like a very ingrained idea in my head that like earlier in the day means work, later in the day means fun. And so I'm kind of in work mode right now, but that's probably a good thing, frankly, because we're about to do a debate. So about to do a debate that I definitely won't stutter or mess up in at all. I really don't know like how this is gonna go though, to be honest. Oh yeah, I was also saying part of why I'm ending early is because I'm going to go work out, because I have to commit to working out at least 3 times a week. I have to. I went earlier this week. It was a very, very, very light workout, but a workout nonetheless. and I'm gonna go again today after stream. I usually like to go before stream, but 2 o'clock. The reason we're doing an early stream is because 2 o'clock is the time that UBERSOY could come on and talk. Good on you, thank you. I need to fix my diet too. That's another thing I'm doing is going shopping for some healthier foods, because I keep ordering. My health and my finances are both taking a hit because I keep ordering takeout, carry out from what is it called? I can't think of the name of the app. DoorDash. I keep getting DoorDash. It's hurting me a lot financially. I hate most streamers do it late in their day because I live in Central Europe. Maybe we'll mix it up. Maybe on like Tuesdays we'll do an earlier stream, and on Fridays we'll do a later stream. That'd be fair, right? We could start at like 2 p.m. on Tuesdays. And then on Fridays we go later. Because I can stay up later too on Fridays because I don't have work the next day. My fiance keeps ordering from DoorDash and I tell her to stop. Yeah, I've got to stop. Don't cuck to the heroes. I'll take that into consideration, Ellen Degenerate. Thank you. Mr. Alec, I will pop open a Dragon's Milk beer just so it can be work. Fair point. I have stuff to do after stream though, so I can't get lit. That's another thing I like to do later on in the day is get lit sometimes. And I'll do that on stream. So, not doing it today though. But yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to go tomorrow and just like interview some people. I don't know how long I'd be out, like maybe a couple hours. Just like talking to people, getting an idea of like what's going on. Hopefully maybe hit up some Haitians that are there. Some Haitian people. And see if I can get their opinions on what's going on. So, also, I don't know if it would be possible, but the guy who, what's his name? Dad of child who was hit by Haitian. Father of Ohio boy asks Trump not to invoke his son's death in immigration debate. So his name is Nathan Clark. Oh, thank you. Who was that? $10 from Balthazar. Thank you. I wish your camera wasn't at such a high angle. It makes you seem so small and you're a big boy. I've been told that. But, like, I don't know. Like, if I try to bring it down at all... I personally like the angle. I think it makes my face look better because otherwise I got kind of a double chin. So it's a give and take, you know. But thank you very much for the $10 redues. I appreciate you very much. But I was hoping I could somehow get in contact with this guy, Nathan Clark. Unfortunately, that's such like a stock name that I don't know if it'd be possible to find him. Like, I could try to search Facebook. But, I don't know. UBERSOY in the waiting room. Should we get started? Am I warmed up enough? Yeah, I think we can get started. It's fine. All right, give me just a second. But yeah, bottom line is, I'm gonna try to set aside a couple of hours tomorrow to go out there, talk to some people, just a few, you know, just to see like if this actually is like as widespread as like these rumors are like going around to the degree that like, and also like confront people on the rumors themselves and be like, okay, I've heard the rumors, right? Have you seen it? You know, what is your evidence that this is happening? Because the people in charge, whatever their name is, I gotta get the terms down, say that there's like no, like the city commissioners are saying that there's no reports of anything happening, like of pets being stolen. And actually most of the people are are saying that like Haitian immigrants are actually trying to find work like all over the place. So. Thank you very much for the $5. The most woke you can be is eating dogs and cats. True. Thank you very much. I don't know why TTS doesn't work on YouTube. Sorry. I'm going to try to fix that, but thank you. Very much appreciate that. All right, let's do this. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, UBERSOY?
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. I might need to turn you up a little bit.
Yes, please. I don't have my headphones or
Okay, that's fine. You sound okay on my end. So it seems like you start kind of quiet, but then you get louder. Can you just say something like the lazy, what is it? The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Can you just say that real quick so I can see the volume?
the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy. What was it?
It's fine. It's fine. All right. I think
Yeah.
that this is
Sorry,
okay.
I'm about to make a Twitter post and also call my Telegram
Sure.
so they
Yeah.
could also listen to me.
Yeah. You do
Uh,
what you got to do. Do you need a minute?
3 seconds.
Sure. Let me know when you're ready. Just close all my tax folders for those who get that reference. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, excellent. If chat could just let me know whether or not the volume is okay after a few minutes, I would really appreciate it. All right, so UBERSOY, is that what you'd like me to call you, or is there another name?
Yeah, that's the name.
Okay, UBERSOY, great. So I got into contact with you because I watched a video that I actually released on YouTube yesterday, the reaction that I made. And I feel like there's a lot that we disagree on. But that being the case, I do also think that you're a guy that comes off as honest. And I just wanted to reach out and, part of this is for content. I think that it's going to be good content. But another part of it is I just want to see where you're coming from because I'm a former conservative myself. And you call yourself a progressive conservative, is that right? Or do you want to go ahead and get into that a little bit?
Progressive conservative seems like an oxymoron. I call myself a right-wing progressive.
Right. Right-wing progressive, sorry. Do you
Yeah,
want to get into a little bit of what that means to you?
sure. Well, I mean, for example, leftist idea of progress, what they usually associate with is horizontal progress, which means expanding rights, equalizing certain outcomes, improving access to services to people, the expanding moral circle. We used to care about our family, our tribe, then our race, the whole of humanity, animals, yada, yada, yada. And we sort of learned to accept this as a traditional view of progress. Now, what I view as progress is, for example, I would look at how progress occurred in technology, how biological progress occurred, how progress occurred on the market overall, and how evolution occurred. And I think that the common denominator that I've seen is a vertical progress, which is a perpetual advancement to the higher level of organization or an organism. in which what I call it, the organizational dynamics overcome the environment. So what it means is that the organization, whether the iPhone, an iPhone was invented, right? So that's a step higher in the, in the organization, and then the environment assimilates it, this new organizational dynamic at a higher level. So what happens? The organization experienced progress, and as a result, the environment has as well. And that's I call
Okay.
vertical progress. So that's the main difference.
Okay. So to summarize it, maybe in like one sentence, it seems like your view of progress is more of a fundamental law of the universe. Does that sound right? Like we just like as time progresses, the order of
No,
things. No.
it's not. It's not as time progresses. It's when organizations innovate something which overcomes the environment. If they invent something which does not overcome the environment, then it will not be properly selected. The environment will not experience progress. So no. And also, as time passes by, I mean, time can pass by for millions of years and nothing could happen. So no, it's organizations. Progress depends on organizations, and the better the organizations are, the more progress you're going to get.
Okay, progress depends
That's
on
it.
organizations, and the better the organizations are, the better the progress, or the more progress you'll get. So you gave the example of the iPhone improving, the
The phone
environment
model.
evolving kind of around the iPhone. Is that what you meant? Like the get into it. Can you get
Yeah,
into that a little bit more?
the iPhone changing the phone landscape in such a way that its innovations, for example, the camera in the phone, the touch screen, the like app store, it became assimilated by literally everyone because they
Ah,
understood
okay.
that it's a better organizational framework, um, better platform, and if their products won't have it, then they will suck on the market.
Okay, I think I'm understanding a little bit better. So, can you tell me how this applies to politics for you?
Well, the same way. I think that politics fundamentally it's both as a mechanism of expressing will, as a mechanism of making sure that the government fulfills a democratic will, what the people want for them. That's number one, and number two is the characteristic of that will. So
Okay.
number one, we I think we can all agree that a democracy is better than, for example, authoritarianism, like a closed system in terms of fulfilling a people's will. I don't
Absolutely.
think we'll have this, yeah, this agreement on that. And on the second part, and where we may have disagreement, is the sort of things that we may sort of will into existence. And here we have disagreement. You're coming from a leftist understanding of I mean, I don't want, I think you can explain for yourself, but I think your beliefs are consistent with what I call like horizontality,
Okay.
leveling down the playing field, giving everybody sort of equal access to people no matter of their internal quality. And I'm saying that we should focus on the best and they would deliver. That's the main disagreement, I guess.
Okay, so how do you feel about like
And
people with disabilities who literally like can't for instance, I work with somebody who is on a ventilator,
Mhm.
is completely immobile and nonverbal. He lays in bed all day and watches Sesame Street. You
Yeah,
know, that's kind of like my job. So, how do you feel about people like
yes.
that? Like, ought we to help them? Ought they to? Do they deserve like a dignified existence? I'm just curious about like how your
Yeah,
worldview
sure.
kind of fits into
So
that.
yeah, well, obviously, I think um, that. I mean, that's a deep tragedy that these people exist. Some of them, if it's possible, I believe that they should be aborted. I'm very against this sort of right-wide anti-abortion narrative. But for people who are already here, for people who are or maybe have lost became disabled as a result of an accident. I think that of course at this stage of society, at this stage of social development where we have are wealthy, I think that we have no choice but to take care of them. And yes, I think that we should aim towards providing these people with better services. But at the same time, I sort of disagree with this leftist, at least social cultural worldview in which they believe that disability is, either something normal or not a problem for society, not a drag on the economy, and it's, totally fine to be disabled. So, you know, I think that we, by all possibility, should discourage that.
Discourage what specifically? Sorry.
Well, discourage um, sort of attitudes by which disability is adopted like like an identity, like it's oh, I have ADHD, I am, this or that, and marching in pride parades with it, etc.
I don't think there's a problem with like celebrating those types of like I do have ADHD. That's just a fact of my life that I
Yeah,
have to
I
live with.
I
So,
think I was
it's
also
sure.
diagnosed with it
Okay.
myself.
Sure. So then you
Yeah.
and I, yeah. So then you and I are on the same page there. So, you should know
Mhm.
better than people who don't have it. Then how much that can shape your identity, how much that can, influence the way that you live. And so if like let's say that like you find out in utero that your kid is going to have ADHD, like if that were possible, and it's not that far off.
Yeah.
It's not like, you know, extreme
Mhm.
that would be,
Yeah,
that would be the
yeah,
case one day.
it's
So then
mild,
ought
but
we to then abort that, that potential person would be my question.
well, I mean, it would look. I don't think the state has any business towards regulating what a woman can or can't do with her body. So that's the decision of the parent.
Sure.
Number one, but ADHD is associated with a set of like people who have ADHD, they're more likely to end up in jail. They have multiple, like many times more sexual partners than average. And they make less money. There's a lot of bad things associated with ADHD, just like any other things we can um, consider disability. I'm not sure if it's considered disability. I'm certainly not registered with a disability. But disability itself, I mean, I don't think you should really have pride in that, given that it's a social drain. Somebody has to take care of you, right? And people who are disabled, not all of them are able to give back. I think that just like as the rich pay their taxes, I think everyone should contribute back.
Yeah, but when you say celebrate, I think that there's it's so historically, right? It's kind of like how with gay people, disabled people
Mhm.
have been largely discriminated against. They still are, in a lot of
Yes,
ways, and
yes.
they're just like things in society that don't accommodate them. And so when they are celebrating their disability, what they mean is they're saying to everybody else that like, listen, I know that like I don't live my life the same way that you do, or perhaps you can even argue it's a lower quality of life. Sure, disabilities, after all, are not things to be desired. I understand that. Nobody wakes up and says, "Man, I wish I had ADHD," or "Man, I wish I was missing a
Well, I
leg."
mean,
Right?
there are
But
people who are purposefully transitioning to being disabled.
sure, and that happens. You know, it's very infrequent and rare, and that's their choice. That's their
Yes.
body. But at the same time, I don't think that's like the. It's certainly not the vast majority of what's actually happening. There aren't people literally, like in a large
Yes, of
scale,
course.
making themselves disabled. Right. So then that's like a fringe. That's an appeal to
Yes,
the
but I
fringe.
think that if society wasn't so radically normalizing them, just like they're normalizing people with
What do you mean
HIV.
normalize though? What do you mean normalize? Like what? Just give me
Well,
an
they're
example of like
treating
what you
it
mean.
as if it's not a disorder. They're treating it more as it's a form of a positive identity. That's how I would describe it,
But that's how
as
people
opposed to it being
live.
a disorder, which is negatively impacting both themselves and society.
But that's how people live. They're not saying that like, yes, this is a desirable way to live. They're saying this is the way that I live,
Well,
and that's
yes, but they're
fine.
collecting welfare.
They're what?
They're collecting welfare. Not all of them, of course. I mean, I never collected
I
welfare for my ADHD, but
sure.
um,
Well, my brother
th-
collects
they're
welfare for having
dependent.
autism. I think that's fine. I mean that sometimes you need that, and even if you don't, I personally believe that everybody should have a basic amount of income that would let them live a basic amount, like a basic life, with food, water, and shelter. You know, like I just think that those accommodations should be automatic. So, in my view, everybody should get that. But since we're talking about people with disabilities, I think they especially deserve that just because, in a lot of cases, they literally can't make money in other ways. So I think that that's fine with it,
Yeah,
that people get welfare.
yes, but I guess my main contention with that is that as long as this amount of people either decreases or stays the same, I think we can handle it. But I think that, like, if you look at statistics, more and more people now identify as disabled, especially mentally disabled, and also obese, and um, have other dietary issues, and a lot of those things can really be worked on. For example, autism. Yeah. So,
Mm-hmm.
for example, my girlfriend's, she's autistic, and her diagnosis, she got it when people, when the criteria was very, very stringent, and she sometimes goes to an autistic meetup, right? And with
Mm-hmm.
other autists. And the people that she described were there, they would probably, they would certainly not make up into the criteria which determines autism,
Well,
right?
it's a
So
spectrum, right?
it's
It's a spectrum. So, like,
what?
it's a
Yes, it's a
spectrum, and there's all kinds
spectrum.
of, right. So then, if they have the diagnosis from a healthcare professional, like, you may disagree with them, but it's a healthcare professional making that
Yes, but
diagnosis.
sure, sure, but 25 years ago, just 1% of the population was given this diagnosis. Now it's 6% of the population. I mean, it's the same thing with like homosexuality. What it used to be is that people who were exclusively homosexual were regarded as gay, but now it's like it grew so much that I think it covers more than 30% of of the population, right?
Well,
And it's
it's
all what
people who don't
what?
identify I believe it's people who don't identify strictly as cisgender or heterosexual, right? So, like, I, for instance,
um
identify as bisexual, despite the fact
yeah.
that I'm in what you might consider a straight relationship with somebody who
Hmm.
was born male, somebody who was born female, and yet my partner is also
Yeah.
bisexual and identifies as non-binary. So these, both of us would be people who don't
Yeah,
technically
so
qualify as straight and cisgender, or well, I qualify as cisgender, but she doesn't. So like,
yeah, so mhm.
I don't see the problem personally.
Well, the problem is that the categories are blurred to such an extent that people who really need, for example, X. Now, we're talking about, I think we passed that. We're talking about, let's say, medications for maybe ADHD. Yeah.
Sure.
So a medication for ADHD for a person diagnosed with ADHD like in 1990s, I think they would work completely different for a person diagnosed with ADHD 5 days ago because their organism is completely different.
I mean, possibly,
Biological.
but so are you worried? Is this like a resource shortage issue to you? Is that the problem?
No, it's not research shortage. Okay, look. Fuck, I'm sorry. 1 second.
Okay.
It's not a matter of a research shortage. It's more of a matter of people who really need the services. For example, um, people who are homosexual, science agrees it's majority genetic, it's majority biological, just like autism and ADHD. But the moment this thing sort of gets diluted into the society and it gets accepted and blah 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 blah, it becomes social. You
Well,
can
it's always been
inherit
social, though.
certain what?
It's always been social. Like, there's always a social
No, it
element to
wasn't.
being gay or bisexual or
Yeah,
whatever.
sure, but the inclination is not socially constructed. I mean, every single animal has it, both different sexualities and both different mental illnesses. But,
I think there just to clarify, I think there are specific mental illnesses that only exist in humanity, and there's a lot more of them just because of the complexity of our brains, etc. But
well,
that's
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 what
being
we
pedantic.
think,
So
sure. Yeah. But my basic gist is that there are people who are highly biologically predisposed towards something, and there are people who are lowly biologically predisposed to something. And the
okay.
new people who, become X or Z or whatever, they're not really biologically predisposed to it. It's more that they acquired these as a result of peer pressure. For example, I think the biggest instance of that is uh, female to male transgenderism. We really haven't seen that before. For male to female transgenderism, there is actual diagnosis, autogenophilia, and it's been historic. It's been in many
Well,
different cultures, and
auto
we have observed it.
autogynephilia has largely been discredited by the scientific community. But even besides that, let's say that it's true
Really,
that yes, but let's say that it's true that like there's social
where are
influences
you even getting this
driving.
from?
Here,
What?
I'll pull up a source real quick. No worries. Um, Autogynephilia and CBI. Sage journals. Let's see. Let's see. This is from Julia Serrano. Scientific Review, Feminist Analysis, and Alternative Embodiment Fantasies Model. I
Um,
don't know if this is
oh
going to
my
be
god,
what I
I
want.
think that that just says it all. Well, look,
What says it
I-
all?
it's it's my impression that even governments of liberal countries like Scandinavian countries and the UK, if they are sort of on board with this diagnosis, which wasn't even written by like right-oid conservatives, um, then I'm pretty sure it's widely accepted. Like, okay, if it's not autogenophilia, then like why do you think men want to transition into being women? Like if it's not autogenophilia, then what is it?
Well, if we recognize, right, and I have something here from Charles Moser about it's a critique of the
Mm,
autogynephilia theory from Blanchard. If you'd like to take a look
yeah.
at it, but so if you recognize that there is a difference between your biological sex and the gender that you were assigned at birth, right? Then you
Hmm.
or the gender that you're assigned, your gender is more of an expression and a placement of you, as it's a categorical placement of you in society, right? So like part of your gender is how you express yourself. Like I wear very masculine clothes, I have a beard, I have bald hair, I have a bald head. Whereas somebody like my partner Katie would be somebody who's very feminine. She still uses she/her pronouns.
Hmm.
She's growing out her hair right now. She wears makeup sometimes, more feminine clothing. So, like, just in these small ways, and even in larger ways, like the types of jobs that historically people have been allowed to do based on their gender, such as like nurses are more typically associated with being a woman rather than being a man. And in fact, that's still true today. There are a lot more women in that area than there are men. And that's a result of gender differences, of gender norms. And so we recognize these patterns as young as 2 years old, right? We start to, even younger than that, we start to recognize the differences between a man and a woman and a boy and a girl, right? And so from there, after recognizing the differences, most people fall into the category of the gender they're assigned, because that's kind of what they're led toward. And humans are very malleable when they're younger, and so they're just kind of led toward. We live in a very cis heteronormative society, and so they're led toward the cisgender part of society. But every once in a while, you get somebody who's, you know, despite being led toward being cisgender, they actually turn out to be trans. They identify more with the gender they're not assigned. And so because they identify that way, they might do so at like 3, 4, 5 years old. They might, somebody who's born as a male might come up to their parents and say, I'm a girl. I want to wear dresses. I want to play with dolls. I see girls doing these things. I want to hang out with the girls. I want to be a girl, right? Or I am a girl is usually what they say. I'm a girl. I understand myself as a girl. And so that's just one way that it
Yeah.
can happen. There's a lot more. There's a complex way to look at this of other ways that it can happen, but oftentimes that's the way that it happens. And the more that you explore your gender presentation and your gender identification, uh,
Yeah.
the more likely you are to identify
Sure.
with something other than what you were assigned at birth.
Yeah, you gave me like a general sort of analysis of the commonalities between male to female and female to male. Like your theory, it could go both ways. I was asking you specifically what takes a male to transition into becoming a female, right? A transgender woman. And it is my understanding, and people like Deborah Saw, who wrote a large academic book on this topic, reviewing stuff. Michael Bailey, right? Blanchard,
Hmm.
uh, is that they have a specific erotic desire of becoming a woman. Not necessarily even a woman with a vagina now, but it's a specific desire. It has nothing to do with I mean, the social expectations can be, but they're sexualized. If what you were saying was purely, social, related to professions, then they wouldn't really fetishize it and, make all of these comics, porn, etc. Right?
Well, you
For
say they
example, there
hold
is
on.
no
Uh,
trans man in porn. It just doesn't exist. But there's a lots of
No, there,
trans
hold on.
women in
There are plenty of trans men in porn. What are you talking about? We could probably find a few right now. I mean, there might not be as many, but
Well, sure, but if you look at
yeah, Buck Angel, one of
what's
the
it
most
called?
popular.
Okay, well, if you look at for example, Pornhub, every year they provide analysis of their search results, and like trans men, I just never seen it, but trans women, they're quite popular. Sometimes they make it into the top 10.
Okay. Um, I guess that seems like more of a problem with men being attracted to that kind. Like that seems like an external problem where
Well,
there's
I
a
think a lot of
demand.
people are attracted to it, but the
Right.
point is, the performers themselves, why are they like, why there's a lot of them? Why
Well, this is
aren't
supply and
they
demand,
like, why
right?
are they
There's
sexualizing themselves?
there's
What?
there's there's clearly a demand. Well, there's clearly a demand for it, right?
No,
And so that's why you might see. I don't know what the numbers are, but that's why you might see like a greater number of trans women in porn rather as opposed to trans men. Um, although even though there
not
is like
just in porn,
okay,
also in representation. Um,
I mean there's also just a
you,
larger number of cis women in porn than there are cis men, so that might
yes,
also be
yes,
part of it because there's just a larger demand for
yes.
women in general. So like they just fill that niche, right?
All right. Well, I think that you made a fair point. That, but I think
Hmm.
a good amount of what I said also holds true.
Okay, I just think first of all, I don't see a problem with like people being in sex work. The biggest problem I see with it is a lot of the times they would rather be doing other things. They just have like this goes back to like people should just be provided their basic necessities, and that way they won't be forced into sex work.
Well,
But
a lot
sometimes
of
you got to
people
do what you got to do, and
voluntarily like to do OnlyFans, for instance.
well, yeah, and a lot of times that's out of necessity, right?
Not really. A lot of I think most people and people who do porn, they're doing it as some sort of a hobby. Um, I
Okay.
remember the day when porn used to be exclusively made by, sort of corporations, companies who hire people to perform for them. But now, if you go, for example, on Pornhub, it's like watching YouTube. You go on a
Hmm.
channel and you can find individual performers who run their own their own channel, and all the advertisement money they get from the channel and the donations they take themselves, just like on YouTube.
I think that's great. I think it's better when people have ownership over their own work.
All right.
So I
I
think it's a
mean,
good thing.
I don't I haven't really formed an opinion about it. I think
Okay.
um that there's arguments to the both sides. I'm just
Sure.
saying that
Allow me to suggest to you that I mean, I can guess that like
porn
the
is done
overwhelming majority of
voluntarily.
people, the overwhelming majority of people don't like the fact that like most of what we have is owned by corporations, right? So like, I think that it's
Mhm.
good when workers in general have more ownership over their work, are more closely intertwined with their work. They're not as separated from it, and so being an independent producer of porn allows you to do that. And a lot of people have found independence this way and been able to make a lot of money and live very good lives. And I think that's great.
Mhm. Yeah, okay.
Again, I think that it would be ideal if they didn't have to do that to make ends meet and
Well,
just be
I
provided.
think that they
Hmm.
like doing it. Um, I don't know, like there is I
A lot of
haven't
them,
really
certainly a
seen
lot
this.
of them like doing it. I'm not denying that. And good for them.
I think most of them.
Okay. I
Yeah,
don't see,
like
I just
my
don't see a
take is,
problem.
sex work is done out of necessity. I don't know. I haven't really seen much evidence to support this kind. It certainly was the case historically. Now, no denying that. And for example, I know that 50, and yeah, it happens even now. Now that 50% of the um sex houses in in Berlin are occupied by Ukraine. Are 50% of the workforce there are Ukrainian women, and we could I think we could argue that it's been done out of necessity. They came over to Germany as war refugees, and in this case they had to make ends meet. But the vast majority, for example, of online content creators, and it's very unequally distributed. A lot of people, it's like the top 1%, but in reverse in online fans. I don't think they need so much money to make ends meet, especially those who are making the top 3% of the share.
But like, let's say that it's not to make ends meet, and that like let's just steel man your argument and say 100% of people who are in porn do it because for the love of the game. Like, okay, I just don't see the problem. Like, I think that's
Well,
great.
as I said, I don't have an opinion on it myself.
Okay, but you brought it up, so it seems like you do.
Yes, we
Like,
brought
if you
it
don't have a
up.
right, if
It,
you don't have a problem with them enjoying their work, then I don't see the problem. Like, why bring it up?
well, perhaps I was traveling a little bit with my thoughts. They're a little bit disorganized.
Okay, that's fine. To go back to the transgender issues, that's another thing that like it seems like you seem to take issue with more people being trans or being queer, gay, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And I just don't see the issue there either. Like, if more people want to be queer,
Well,
let them, like, it's go off.
yeah, yeah, but okay. So the main problem with this, I mean, there are many problems, but the main
Sure.
problem, I'm not even talking about like annoyance of this whole thing. The main problem, as I see it, is the sort of decline of the traditional, what you would call a cis heteronormative, family. So people who are straight, their fertility rate, straight woman is um, two children per woman. Bisexual, nearly half. People who are gays, I think point 0.3 or point 0.4, if I'm not mistaken. So
Okay.
the immediate issue with this is that, for example, if everyone tomorrow were to become bisexual, right? So we're all bisexual from starting
Okay.
tomorrow morning. What happens is that next generation of people will be automatically halved.
That's not necessarily true, though. Like, you understand why that's not true, right? Like, I'm bisexual, but like I lean toward, you know, being I lean toward women, first of all. Second of all, I want my own biological children. A lot of the times, your sexuality
Yeah.
has nothing to do with whether or not you want your own biological children.
Yes, and but you're making a distinction between an individual case and a general statistic, just like, people with ADHD, right? A person with ADHD might own a large company, be very productive, be in the top 1%, but the majority of people who are on the ADHD, that they're not, they're less than average.
Sorry, could you explain that again? I'm not sure I understand the comparison.
Okay, so here's a different analogy. What's that? 1350, I'm sorry, 1360. Blacks are 13% of the population, right? And
Hmm.
they're committing 60% of the violent crime. But only a few percent of them commit this crime. So a black person you see on the street, most likely they're going to be a good guy and they're not going to commit this crime. The difference between the individual and the difference between the statistic.
Well, the statistic 1350 is actually a bit of a mistake because,
1360.
well,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it, that's actually it's first of all the numbers aren't accurate, and second of all, I believe that refers to how many are incarcerated, which
No, it's the homicide rate. It's not all crime. All crime, I think it's 1330.
I don't think it's the homicide rate.
Okay.
We can fact check that if you want, but
It's the
I
homicide.
disagree that that is like the homicide
Yeah,
rate.
sure, whatever. But that's the
Well,
main
yeah, sure,
point,
whatever,
is
but
that
like
it,
you're the one bringing up the stat, so that's important. Yeah, I just want to make sure we got all our facts straight. So the point that you're trying to make though is I actually not I'm still not sure because we got caught up on that statistic. But
yeah,
arrests, not
okay.
convictions, sorry.
So the
It's
point,
arrests. Thank you,
okay,
Chainsaw
so the
Camaro.
point is that you said that you're, as a bisexual, you want to have kids and you want to you know, have a family, right?
Right.
But I'm saying that bisexual in general, on average, they have lower fertility rate, and they have less successful marriages on average. And I think that, yes, part of it is biological, but I think a good portion of it is social, given that, for example, people born out of wedlock now, they're 5 times more than they used to be 60 years ago. So, and I think 40 years ago, the amount of children born out of wedlock for white people is now similar, uh, or equal or even
On
more to the amount of
on what
children born out of
scale
wedlock for blacks
on what
40 years ago.
scale are you judging that people who are bisexual have less successful relationships? Like what's the statistic for that?
Well, you can judge by the divorce rate, by the amount of times they cheat. Uh, Pretty sure you can bring up relationship satisfaction, but I don't have any data on that.
Do you have any
Haven't
data
really
on
looked
like
into.
the statistics for cheating? Because I'd be interested to see that.
It's in my video called the homosexual environment. If you want, you can, make a response video to it or something. I linked the sources in a separate Google Docs in the description. Should be somewhere there.
Let's see. My friend said bisexuals cheat more. Total myth. Just because. Okay, so this is a Reddit post. I'd rather take it from an actual source. Sexual orientation and infidelity-related behaviors on social media sites. The current study may be a precursor. Let's see. Sexual orientation highlights the main effect of IR, which is infidelity-related behaviors, when analyzed with dyadic satisfaction. The current study may be a precursor to further research investigating correlations in online IR behavior among lesbian and gay individuals engaging in consensual non-monogamy. Implications of the findings are discussed in the social context of a post-communist country. The context of a post-communist country where jail individuals may face discrimination and stigma because of their sexual orientation. Okay, so what's the conclusion of this?
Okay, look, I mean, like, like I think this is turning a bit into a myth. I think if you want like a quick confirmation, I think the best case example of this is the amount of polygamy. So people who are polygamous, very few straight people are polygamous, but a lot of bisexuals are polygamous.
I think the proper term is polyamorous because technically, like, polygamy
Oh,
usually
I'm
refers
sorry.
to.
Yes,
No, it's
yes,
fine.
polyamorous.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
polygamous usually
yeah.
refers to like.
Yeah, yes, the man having multiple wives.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. So
I
polyamory,
that.
and I don't.
Mhm.
I guess I don't see a problem with polyamory if that's what you're like. Like if you're
Yes,
getting
well,
at that bisexual people are more likely to be polyamorous. I mean, technically, I'm also polyamorous. I am in an open relationship. I
Yeah,
don't
well,
act on it a lot, but I think it's
yeah.
fine as long as everybody consents.
uh, yeah, look, I mean, yeah, like, well, like, I
I
don't
think it's
even know
fine.
where to begin with this. For
Okay.
example, okay, if you were to have a child, in what sort of the environment would the child grow up in, right? If you wanna be polyamorous, what to do with
I don't know.
jealousy?
Wait.
Like
Jealousy.
people could leave their partner, just you swipe left on Tinder or right. I forgot. I mean, I never had Tinder to begin with, but
Okay.
I think you're devaluing people. And I saw that a lot of people in porn are also polyamorous.
Yeah. I mean, typically people who are
So
in the porn industry are just more open to relationships of that kind. They're more likely to be outside of the, as I said before, the cis heteronormative side of things. Just because, like, part of cis heteronormativity is the shunning of pornography and people who work in it. Like, they shun sexuality in general in that way. So I think that it just naturally, the natural conclusion to that is that if you are involved in pornography, you're more likely to be queer, you're more likely to be
yes,
open
this is
to
also
like
true.
polyamorous
Hmm.
relationships, things like that. And I think that's
Yeah.
fine. I don't see a problem with that.
Well, I mean, yeah. So here we disagree.
Well, but you keep
Um,
laughing, but like I again, I just don't see the problem, and you haven't explained it yet.
yeah. Well,
Like
I
you
just
say, you talk
explained you
about
the
like
problem.
you talk about children growing up in a certain environment. Like, what's the problem with the polyamorous environment?
Well, the problem is nothing is stable. I think a child should grow up in a stable place, in a stable family. If they
I
don't know
think it
what
can.
who their father is or their father mother is, or who to refer to, I think it's going to be very, very complicated, and they're not
I
going to develop.
I
Yeah,
think
do you know that, for
it can be very
example,
stable.
non-biological parents, they're way, way, way more likely to abuse their children than biological parents? Are you
Okay,
aware
well,
of that?
if I had to guess, and I don't have the papers or the research on this, but if I had to guess, that's a result of the foster care and adoption system.
No, no, no,
Uh,
no, no. That's a result of, for example, a wife divorcing her husband for another man and taking the kid with him, and this kid eventually getting abused by this new
well,
boyfriend she has.
okay, but then what you're doing is
Individually. Yeah.
you're kind of misconstruing what you meant then, because that has more to do with the fact that those other people don't have the same kind of close, tight knit relationship with that child because they didn't grow up with them, and so that would lead you to be more
Yes, but
likely
do you
to
think
abuse them.
I think polyamorous people it's going to be even worse.
Well, no,
You
I
you don't
disagree,
see
because
that?
if you're polyamorous, right? Let's say that I'm in a relationship with two women, right? And I have a child with one of them, and we all three live together. Both of those women are going to grow up with that child. And so I don't think that either of them are very likely to
Yes,
abuse that
but
child.
okay, but why would they stay, or maybe like why would you stay with them? Maybe it would be a completely
Why
different
wouldn't I?
dynamic. It's not much more chaotic. Well, maybe for example, if you're bisexual, you had these two women, but then you fell in love with the man and you invited him over, and then one woman didn't like the man, so she left with another man.
Okay.
And then you got also another girlfriend, and it's chaotic. So
But
so
but
many variables.
but
So many
relation
variables. You don't know what's going to happen.
but cishet relationships fall apart all the time. Like, people get divorced, people have
Yes,
multiple
but
partners throughout their
okay,
life. Like, that
much
happens in.
less, much less
But can you
than queer
demonstrate that
and
it's much
even
less?
worse.
Can you demonstrate that?
Well, I mean, it's a known fact that, for example, lesbians, they're what, 2 or 3 times more likely to divorce, yes, and gay men, they don't even marry typically.
Okay.
So, I mean, yeah, but I mean, look, even surveys, they're openly telling you, people who are polyamorous, that they're fine with cheating, and people are biologically predisposed to being jealous. So even if you are polyamorous, you're still going to feel jealousy, and you're still going to, do mate guarding, and it's going to be a problem.
I agree with you that I would agree that it takes more work to maintain a polyamorous relationship in a lot of cases. But for some people, it just works. And I think that's fine as long as it's all consensual. Like, I don't think people should be prevented from doing it. And I don't think you think that either, hopefully. But what I also think is that I don't think it should be discouraged. Like, people should just be
Okay,
allowed to do
well,
what they want, and not have people discourage it.
sure, but even if what you're saying was correct, my argument would still stand, because there's a limited amount of people who are predisposed towards polyamory genetically, to a significant degree. Some people may be involuntarily duped into a polyamorous relationship. Like, for example, Andrew Tate's girlfriends. He has multiple. When, I listened to a few of his interviews, and he said that his girlfriends had no idea they were in a polygamous, well, or polyamorous relationship. And when he invited all of his girlfriends together to do videos for him,
But
pouring,
I need to stop you because this
then
isn't
they knew.
polyamory. This is him taking advantage of women who
Yes,
needed
but how
work.
most people get duped into polyamory, especially women.
Okay,
They
the way
get
that you
duped.
the way that you keep people from being
Like, you're
duped
talking
into
about
something.
theory, I'm
Okay,
talking
the
about
solution.
practice.
Okay, in practice, then the solution to keeping people, especially young, what's the word, vulnerable women, into being duped by people like that, is to give people more sex education at a younger age and to ensure that they have what they need to survive, so that they're not forced into a situation where they have to do sex work, or else the alternative is they starve or don't have a house. So, like, those are the solutions to something like that. It's not discouraging polyamory, because what Andrew Tate was doing was not polyamory. It was a sex cult, basically. It was disgusting. He's a sex
Yeah,
offender and a rapist. Well,
sure.
alleged rapist.
Yeah, yes, but the thing is, the reality is that a lot of women get familiarized with polyamory through their boyfriends, who casually opens up to them, hey, I have another girlfriend, and I don't want to leave her. How about we both of us, be together? I'm guessing that in gay males it's way worse, but I don't know much about it. Um,
In gay males, it's way worse than what?
than what I have just described in the instance where the male dupes the woman into polyamory. You mentioned the
But I
sexual
but
education.
But you say dupe into polyamory. And what I imagine is that there's one person who wants a polyamorous relationship and another person who does not. And so that's a discussion that needs to take place between those two people. And they might decide, okay, we need to break this off. Or one of them is going to have,
Okay,
like, one
I
of them is going
have
to have to accept
actually
the polyamory.
okay, I have actually spoken to one polyamorous woman. Um, and she
Okay.
said, I asked her gradually, you know, how did you, become polyamorous, or how did you learn that you're polyamorous? And I expected the story that, I always was polyamorous, blah, 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 blah. And she said that she discovered it when she met her boyfriend who was polyamorous. And
Okay.
she explained to me that it wasn't a toxic relationship. She also had one boyfriend. So, he had multiple women. She had one boyfriend. I'm not sure this relationship is today, but the thing is, and in most cases, polyamory is rapidly discovered when the person is like 20. It's not
Okay.
like a person is gay and he always knew that he was gay or autistic since he was like, kindergarten or what is it, middle school. It's it's that they're introduced into a new relationship dynamic and they adopt it.
Okay. But that's good. That's fine. Like, as long as they're consenting to that. I think the problem that you're bringing up of people being taken advantage of is a real problem that can happen throughout relationships, regardless of sexuality or dynamics. Okay, that is a thing that can happen. But being taken advantage of is a problem that is not solved by discouraging polyamory or being gay or trans or whatever. Like, it's not solved by doing any of that. It's solved by making sure people are educated sexually from a young age, that they understand what consent is, that they understand how to build boundaries and healthy relationships and all that good stuff. This is supported by data too. Like giving people at younger ages sex education and teaching them about consent leads to them being taken advantage of far less, regardless of their orientation or anything. So if you're worried about people being taken advantage of, that's what you need to be advocating for, not this vague idea of like, you know, we need to discourage polyamory or whatever. Like that's silly.
Yeah, sure, but yes, but what is really sex education? For example, I mean, you're saying it like, oh, let's get these children sexually educated from the young age. The
Yeah.
pictures in my head are like queer kid stuff, you know, a drag queen
Well, a drag queen
reading, you
isn't
know.
necessarily sexual. That's just somebody
Oh,
dressing up as
okay.
the opposite gender.
Well, yeah, well, okay, let's not argue with it. Let's try to
Okay.
stay on the point. But basically, what I'm trying to get at is that, like, I think we may have different understanding of sexual education. And what,
Okay.
first of
Well,
all,
what's well,
people
first of
aren't
all,
sexual when they're age 0, right?
no,
So there have to be.
but hold on. Do you agree that we need sex education for people, for children? Like there should be some level of sex
How
education.
old are the children?
I say as well, there needs to be like starting as early as like kindergarten. You need to be teaching them about what consent is. Just hold on, let me
Oh my
finish.
god.
Not everything all at once. You need to be teaching them what
Oh my
consent
god.
is, what it means. Do you agree or not that a kindergartner should be taught what consent is?
Not what not what's no not what sexual consent is. I don't
Just in
think
a
that.
sense of not full on, just in a sense of hey, if somebody is touching you in a way or in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good. To quote
It
Sonic the
doesn't happen
Hedgehog,
in
okay?
kindergarten. Look,
Literally,
I
like there's a
mean,
Sonic the
things
Hedgehog
like that,
short
they
of
don't
this.
happen.
Yes, that should happen in kindergarten
Yeah,
because children are taken advantage of at all ages. And so you need to teach them how to defend against that and what is appropriate and what's not. Agreed?
but it will be hard to teach this without introducing the concept of sex.
Okay,
And I think,
I think it's important to teach them how to defend against predators in some capacity.
yes,
I think that takes priority.
absolutely.
So if they
Yeah,
happen to,
but
you know, if I just think that takes priority. That's all I'm trying to say. And that's sex
sure, but
education.
why is there suddenly a need to educate like kindergarteners against predators? Like, are we doing
Well, because
something really bad
there
to
have
them
always
right
been
now?
no, there have always been predators, right?
Right.
Right. There are always people
Yes,
trying to
but
take
look,
advantage of kids at every age. And so the earlier you teach them how to defend against that, the better. When to go talk to
I don't
somebody.
think. Yeah, I think probably way less than 1% of children get abused sexually in the kindergarten.
I don't know what the
Um,
exact percentage is, but I don't think that
Definitely
any
by
percent is
other
okay.
kindergarten children.
We agree that no percent is
And
okay, and so like, and it does happen, and so I don't think there's
yeah,
harm
yeah,
in
but
teaching
I
kindergartners what
think you're
consent
very
is.
manipulative in this. Like
Such as how?
we 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 started talking about, you know, teaching about polyamory, transgenderism, and all of these sorts of stuff. And
Okay, but
when we started
if a
discussing this,
kindergartner,
you switched to sexual abuse,
but
as
if a
if,
kindergartner
and it
is
appears to me that while you're going to teach about sexual abuse to kindergarten children, you're also going to teach them polyamory, transgenderism,
okay,
and all of these
what if a
sorts of.
kindergartner is trans and or
Yeah.
has polyamorous parents and or has gay parents? Are they just
Yeah,
not allowed
well,
to talk about any
how
of that?
about the kids shouldn't have any of that when they're at that young age?
Why not?
How about
Wait,
we
they
make
can't have gay
society in such a
parents?
way that this doesn't exist?
They can't have gay parents? You don't believe that gay people should be allowed to be parents?
Well, I was mostly talking about polyamorous
Well,
and
let's get an
what
answer
else?
to that. Do you believe that gay people are allowed to be parents?
I don't have an answer to that.
Why not?
You know,
It's not a hard
well,
stance to
because
take. It's
if
either
there's
yes
two
or no.
arguments. Yeah, but I haven't decided, just like I haven't decided about what my views
Okay.
are on pornography.
Well,
Now, I
let me
have
help.
decided on the gay marriage. I think that gay people shouldn't, sorry, should marry, but I have
Okay.
not made a decision on whether they should have kids.
Well, let's talk about that then. What's got you hung up on whether or not they should be allowed to have kids? We'll walk
Because
through
gay
this.
kids identify as gay when they grow up, way more likely than kids who grow up in straight
Okay.
parents with straight parents.
Okay. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong that? Well, I mean, if we have already established that the first issue is the fertility issue.
I just don't see that as an issue. I think that there are plenty of people
Yeah,
on the
so you
planet right
don't
now,
see the
and I
population
okay,
halving in
but if
25 years as an issue, right?
if you actually are worried about the population and improving, like increasing the population, there are methods and things to worry about that take precedent over whether or not somebody's gay. For instance, child care in the United States right now costs exorbitant amounts of money. Like it's an insane amount of money that it costs, and so that discourages a lot of people from having kids. And so you would want to incentivize people to have kids by making it cheaper, by making sure they have access to things that they need, like childcare, like food for their kids, like a roof over their heads. This goes back
Yeah.
to what I was saying about providing basic necessities. That's what's going to make it more likely for people to have biological children. There's a lot of
Okay, so
children.
what
You
you
know,
have just said, hmm this is not actually true, unfortunately.
what's not
uh
true?
people who are rich, they have less kids than people who are middle class and people who are poor. That's number one. Number two, people have kids in poor,
Well, that's usually,
underdeveloped,
once again, a problem.
malnourished
That's
countries,
usually a
and they have
problem
little kids
of
in
less
developed
sex.
countries.
That's usually a problem of less sex education and less protection, like
No,
access to
that's not
protection.
true. Well, I
Yes, it
mean,
is.
no,
Yeah,
that's not true.
in,
Okay,
in
so
poor and middle
the
class areas.
fertility rate has first declined where when the sex pill was introduced. That was the first decline, and
Are
I
you
think
are you
sex
against
education did not.
are you against contraception?
No,
Okay,
I'm just saying that
well then people who
developed.
are people who are lower class have less access to protection and sex education than people who are in the upper classes. Okay, and so it may seem paradoxical that, like, oh yeah, if you just give people the things that they need to survive, they're more likely to have kids, yada yada. But they're also more likely to have kids who grow up in horrid conditions, mind you, if they don't have sex education and access to protection. And that's the bad way to do it. It's a very bad way to do it. The good way to do it is to make sure that people have the resources that they need in order to have kids, that they can make those decisions properly,
But
and then
so,
they can have
but
like three,
why
four
then
kids, however
do
many, that grow up and live good
people?
lives.
Okay, but why do people who are in middle class and upper middle class reproduce at a rate which is lower than the required rate of 2.1?
Because people who are middle class usually have sex education and access to protection. They have that part going for
Okay,
them.
so
But what they don't have is the
mm,
resources in order to have a child. It's just too expensive and too
hmm
time consuming.
so yeah, I mean, well, first of all, there are actually many debates as to why fertility rate among them is low. You listed one of the reasons, but like take if we take it with how to say, with like
Grain of salt.
certainty, as a fact. No,
Oh,
as a
sorry. As a
fact.
fact.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So the thing is, like, you're not making a strong case for sex education if this is the outcomes it is leading towards, right? Do you realize that?
No, because people. I mean, do you agree that people need to have sex education? And
Yes.
also, do you agree that people who, like, children who are born deserve to lead healthy, good, fulfilling lives?
What does that even mean?
I mean, I suppose it's up for interpretation, but I would start with having basic
Yeah,
access to
sure, but yeah, I
necessities
mean,
like food and water
yeah,
and
they
a
should
roof over
have,
your head.
base. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you're more likely to get that if you have one, sex education, two, access to protection, and three, the resources and money that you need to raise a child. That's the best outcome.
Yes, but you're thinking about people who are born already. What about people who will be born? I think that if you're talking about future or society at large, it doesn't exist at one particular moment. It also exists in the future. So you also have to worry about how to continue to maintain or even expand your population,
Okay,
because
there are people
eventually,
there are people alive
what?
right now that do not have what they need to survive. There are people alive right now that don't have access to sex education, protection, food, water, a roof over their heads. People right now who are suffering, children right now who are suffering in families due to those factors. And so I'm sorry, but the present day takes precedent
You
over
really
future
think,
potential progeny.
sure, but you really think these people don't have money because they didn't like receive sexual education, contraceptives,
There's
and
a
all of
bunch of
that
reasons they don't have
stuff?
money. And I also want to point out that you are looking forward toward the future by giving people all these things. You are providing for the future because people in the future are a lot more likely to have children who are healthy, happy, well educated, productive members of society if they are raised in families that have resources they need to survive. And I'd much
Yes,
rather.
and polyamory, I don't think it's one of those things that would
Polyamory has nothing to do with this. You can be in a
advocate.
polyamorous relate, like you can be the child of a polyamorous throuple, whatever you want to call it, and be totally fine. In fact, you'd probably be better off because you have a three-person income household instead of two. Frankly,
Yeah, and why would they share it with a child which is not biologically
why would they
theirs?
share it with the child? What
Which
what
is
what are you
not
talking about?
biologically theirs.
Why do adopted parents share with their child?
Well,
Why do people
do you
adopt in the
think
first place?
adopted what?
Why do people adopt in the first
Well,
place if
a
it's all
lot of people
biology?
adopt in the first place because they can't have children themselves. I
Sure.
think that's most of the people who
Sure, but
adopt
clearly they care about their own kids as
children.
much as anybody would care about theirs, right? Like their biological kids.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure about that. I think that
You're
biological
not
kids
sure.
would
So
probably
can
care
you pull
more.
up like any kind of data that demonstrates that like adopted parents are much less likely or significantly less likely to like care about their children, quote unquote, than parents of biological children? Because this seems like frankly like bullshit. Like I just don't buy it.
Well, there is the thing called genetic similarity theory, which is basically you invest in things that are more genetically similar to you, and you're less interested in things which are less genetically similar to you. I mean, I don't have the data right now. I haven't dwelled into
Okay,
that
I know you
topic
don't
for
because that
multiple
data is
years.
bullshit. It doesn't exist. Like, and you're going
No.
off of you're going off of strictly biological determinism.
Okay.
Our
Okay.
brains are so much more complex, and also like animals adopt each
We
other's
are both
animals all the
social
time, like they're
biological.
babies.
What?
Animals adopt other animals'
We,
babies all the time and raise them as their own.
yes, but for example, if I were to find like a statistic saying that people who have children growing up in adoptive parents, they receive, for example, less funds from their parents for their education as opposed to biological children, I think it would prove my point, something like that.
How would that prove your
Just
point?
saying, like, what would your like reply be in this case if this is what I showed?
Does that data exist?
Well, we can we can try to search for it, both of us, right now.
Okay, let's say that data does
I mean,
exist. So
I'm
like
not
you're
sure
saying,
myself if it exists. It's just a thought experiment.
okay, so the data exists then, just for the sake of your thought experiment. I don't know where we're going with this. But like the data exists that adopted parents put less funding into into their child's education than non-adopted parents. Is
Yes,
that correct? Okay,
yes,
I would look at the overall conditions that those children were raised in, the resources available to those parents, the help that those parents were able to get for their child.
Okay,
You
look,
know, there are a
I'm not
variety of other
even.
factors you can look at. Because like if you
Yeah,
were
sure. I'm
going off
not
of that,
even.
right? If you were going off of that, you know, that statistic, it's also probably true, if I had to guess, that in America, black families are far less likely to fund their children's education than white families are. Is that because
Yes.
black parents don't like their kids as much?
Well, I think I think that probably plays into the equation on some level. I think,
Whoa,
of
whoa,
course.
whoa! You think that that plays into the equation? You think that there is like an ingrained element of being black that just leads them to not liking their kids as much?
Yes, they score lower on emotional intelligence than whites
Oh
by more than
no,
one standard
dude! Oh
deviation.
no, you're like a fucking racist, dude. You're like a race realist.
Yes, I
Oh
am.
no, this is going so much worse than I thought it would. Why the fuck are you a race realist?
Well, because this is what the data suggests.
What data? Send it.
Well, I made multiple videos on the topic myself. If
Give me one
if
data
if you
point.
want to mention.
Give me one data point, just one.
Uh, how about I gave you like a survey,
The what?
a survey of researchers in
Survey?
intelligence.
Okay. Such as you're talking about intelligence, like IQ?
That's right. To what degree they
Okay.
think it's biological and to what degree they think it's social. The difference
So
between white and black
IQ
IQ.
tests, IQ tests were developed in America by racist people who
I
developed it
sent
on the
you.
basis of
it-
whether or not it's literally primed for white people to do better than black people. Research has backed this up.
It's not.
And that's,
No,
yes, it
it
is.
doesn't. Okay, look, I mean, look, that's my field of expertise. I don't know, like, if I think you're making a lot of unsubstantiated points in this regard. The word test actually on this topic and the IQ tests, which were more G loaded, more culturally loaded, they had the least amount of difference in scores between whites and blacks.
Who does? What?
I
Say that
said
again?
that on cultural tests that measure intelligence, the white and black difference was lower than in where it measures actual intelligence, known as G, general factor of intelligence.
Let's see. I'm looking at an article from the Brookings Institute.
Yeah, look, I sent you an academic survey.
Okay, let's take a look.
Yeah.
From ScienceDirect.com. Survey of expert
Mhm.
opinion on intelligence. Intelligence research experts' background, controversial issues, and the media. This is by Heiner Rinderman. Abstract. Experts with a left, liberal, progressive political orientation were more likely to have positive views of the media. Impact of genes on. Hold on. The G factor theory of intelligence and the impact of genes on U.S. black to white differences. When is this from?
2020.
From 2020. Underrepresentation of
Yeah,
viewpoints associated with experts' background characteristics may distort research findings and should be addressed in higher education policy. Discussion. The
I
current
mean,
study
look,
examined expert
things.
opinions. Well, let me read it, man. The current study
Mhm.
examined expert opinions on intelligence research, controversial issues in the media using the expert questionnaire on cognitive ability. Below, we compared the results to those of the Snyderman and Rothman survey, discussed the opinions and background characteristics of the experts, and discussed the implications of the survey for research and intelligence in academia in general. Limitations and outlook. Okay, this doesn't look like it's the full study.
Yeah, look, if you read the abstract, it says right in the abstract what portion of the black and white IQ gap they think is due to biology and to what extent they think it's due to the environment. It says 50 versus 48%. Um, point 50 comma R 48.
Okay, why do they think that?
Well, I mean, Why
What's their
do they
reasoning?
think that?
Why would they think that?
Well,
What's their reasoning?
okay, so since intelligence is 85% heritable, but the heritability between groups is not the same as the heritability between individuals, and I guess because blacks are have worse environmental conditions, I
Okay,
think that in
interesting.
this case,
So
it's
so you,
not completely genetic. It's
so
50-50, I think
so you're saying that the environment is what's influencing it, yes?
that's right.
Okay,
And
so then this isn't
they
not this. So then this is not an internal difference between black people and white people.
The
This is an
other half
external
of it
difference.
is that's what they believe. By the way, this is what they believe. It's not what I believe. I believe that the
Okay, I need you
environment
to grow a pair of
made
balls and tell me whether or not you personally believe that it is a genetic difference between black and white people, that black people are less intelligent on average. Like, is that a biological difference or is that an environmental difference?
Yes, I believe that, and I believe that it's much more than 50-50.
You believe that it's actually greater. You think that black people are actually like more genetically predisposed than what these experts are saying.
Yes, they have a
Why?
lower average intelligence
On what basis?
because they underwent different selective pressures than people who are European or North Asian
That's
or
environmental.
Jewish. It's environmental pressures which turned into sorry, turned to have genetic impacts.
Intelligence difference between black and white people. Go back to the black-white test score gap, why it persists, and what can be done. From the Brookings Institute. Black-white differences in academic achievement have narrowed since 1970. That's interesting. Why do you think it's narrowed?
This is not true, by the way.
That's not true? What do you have to contest that?
Well, Emil Kierkegaard recently reviewed a meta-analysis of all of these studies that reported two differences in intelligence between whites and blacks, and he found out they were basically stable.
Between 1970 and now?
As early as the early 20th century.
What is this based on? Like, what were the measures of intelligence? Can you cite data?
Well, yeah, mostly I think the earliest ones is the ones on Ellis Islanders, I believe, were handed out. That then it was military, and then since the 1960s, it was mostly intelligence tests in educational institutions.
Okay, I'm asking you what the criteria were for intelligence. You said that there were two main areas, and I want to know what those are so that we can research those together.
Two main areas.
Yeah, you said there were two main areas, did you not?
Oh, well, I said that the experts believe that the black and white IQ difference is partly genetic and partly environmental. That's what I said. Um,
Okay, and I'm reading something that shows that the gap between the IQ scores between 1970 and now between black and white people has closed a little bit. Not completely, but a little bit. So
it
I'm
has
asking you to
not.
explain why it has not.
Yes. I mean, there were
IQ
ups and
test, black
downs. Don't get
versus
me
white
wrong. It
people.
wasn't a flat line, but it stayed basically the same. Um, I
IQ
don't know if you
score.
want to focus on, yeah.
The black-white test score gap from New York Times. It has narrowed since 1970, according to the New York Times.
This is not true.
Okay, can you provide me data that shows it's not true? Because everything I'm being shown says that it's true, and that would cede the point that as environmental factors improve for black people, the gap continues to close. So I fail to see why it wouldn't be completely closed, given but if all else were equal, you have a black child and a white child taking an IQ test, and they would both score the same if they were growing up in exactly the same type of environment.
Okay, so this links to a lot of different sources and um, literary review of this thing for a lot of years. I sent it. I DM'd it to you.
Wolfie,
Oh no, but it's an old one. It's
somebody
an old
pinged me
one.
in the
So
chat.
2017. He made a recent one, but I can't find it. Yeah, it's from 2017. I know that Charles Murray claimed that it's been narrowed, and Charles Murray, he's a hereditarian researcher, but Emil Kierkegaard responded to him and saying, "Well, here's the newer data. It actually hasn't narrowed." But the point is, yeah, I see it's been
Why does this
like,
link have a Pepe
sometimes.
frog on it?
Hmm?
This link has a Pepe frog on it. Why? I'm
Who?
just curious.
Emil Kierkegaard? Oh yeah, well, I mean, he's a rightist researcher, Emil Kierkegaard.
Right, I'm asking why the link that you sent to his work has a Pepe frog on it.
This is not necessarily the studies are he links the studies, so these studies aren't his. But
He's got a
yeah,
Twitter
the guy
link.
himself is a man of the right. That's why he has Pepe the Frog. He's
Twitter link
a
doesn't
white
exist.
national. What?
The Twitter link doesn't exist. So he's a white nationalist, so why should I buy anything that he says?
Well, then why should like you talk with me? I'm also a white nationalist, right?
Well,
Like,
I'm talking to you because
you're
I think that
based.
you're honest.
I can also
The
dismiss
reason,
your.
okay, the reason I have not hung up on you yet is because I think that you're an honest individual, and I would like to get to the bottom of why you believe what you believe, okay? And I think that you actually do, in your head, want to make things better for everybody, but I think that you're going about it wrong, okay? And so I'm trying to convince you that these differences are due to environmental factors between black people and white people, okay? That's the main, that is the difference. Is
Well,
that black
if
people
it's
are like,
been the
because if you
case,
look at it,
then
if you look at it like if you take IQ scores from like let's say a black child grows up in a upper class white family because they were adopted or something, they're going to probably have a better IQ score, right?
no, that's
Probably
not
more
true.
more.
Well,
That's not true.
actually, what's funny is that they do have a way better IQ score when they're really young, when they're like 9 years old, when they're 12 years old. It's really very close to the white IQ score. So that is true. But what's interesting is that the moment they grow up, their IQ score is perfectly the same IQ score as of their parents and biological parents, that is. And
Well, they probably
frankly,
grew up in a
I'm
similar
not even
environment.
sure. What?
They probably grew up in a similar environment to their parents. The IQ
No,
test was, there are studies
it
showing
starts climbing up.
the IQ test
The
was
third one.
developed. The IQ test was developed by white people during the early 1900s. I believe it was the 1900s, in order to,
No, 20th century by Charles Spearman. Yeah.
okay, so it was developed during the time that they were studying eugenics. Okay, so we have a rich history of
I mean,
eugenics in
look,
this country
like,
of
I
trying to
don't know.
prove
You're
that black
speaking
people
of
are
that as if
inferior.
it's.
Hmm?
Yeah. Okay. Look, I'm
I'm not
sorry.
making up
Can
anything.
we? Yeah. No. Okay. Sure. Can we like skip? I just want to ask you, like, okay, what is wrong with eugenics? Like, you support abortions. It just doesn't make sense to me.
What's wrong
Can
with
you
you?
explain?
Because eugenics is what's your goal with eugenics? What's your goal?
Well, the goal of eugenics is to perpetually improve the gene pool of the population, so that people who are disabled, they're less and less represented in the gene pool, while people who have good attributes, they're more and more, so that progress could be multiplied and so that greater welfare could be generated.
So do you
That's
think that
my
being black is
that's
a
why
disability? Is that your point?
no.
Like a type of disability? Okay, so then what's wrong with like letting black people
No,
just
I mean,
have like
frankly, you know what I think? Frankly, do you know there's like those genomic wide association, like embryo selection? So you can send your an embryo and pick out the best genes and put it back, and the mother would give birth to people who are more statistically predisposed towards great things. I think that our morality here in the West, we may have problems in adopting these embryo selection things on a large scale, but I think people in Africa, people maybe in India and places like that, I think it will be very popular of their embryo selection.
what will be very popular? Just choosing better genes? But the problem
Yes.
becomes like, how do you determine which genes are quote unquote better? You know, I disability should try to be minimized. I agree with that, but you don't do that via
Yes.
epigenet or eugenics. Okay, you do that by
How
providing,
else
like, by
can you
improving
do that?
science and providing people with the things that they need in order to live their lives better. Okay,
Well, eugenics result as a result of the improvement of science. So people who are
okay. So let
disabled,
me ask you this: let's say that we have a, let's say that we have somebody who knows that their baby is going to be disabled, and they still want to have it.
yes.
Ought they to have it? Ought they be allowed to
Okay,
have it?
so
Let's say that.
here's the thing. If they really want to have the
Just should they be
baby, they
allowed?
should go. Okay, well, let me answer that. I'll answer you. Okay, so what they first should go is to have the baby through embryo selection. Select the variant of the baby which has less predispositions. But if they didn't do that, if they're pregnant, you know, first month or whatever, and they still want to have the baby, I don't think this. Of course, I mean, I don't think that's a good decision. I wouldn't make it, but
I'm not
of
asking if
course,
you would
this
make it.
should
I'm saying, should
not
that
have
person be
any
allowed
control.
to, or should they be forcibly
Yes,
aborted? Okay, they should be allowed to. Okay,
yes.
so
So
there's the
as I
answer.
was
So
just saying, the
why
state,
do you,
yeah, the state.
so your whole worldview is focused upon quote unquote improving humanity's gene pool. So why should that person be allowed to have that baby? Why not just forcibly abort it?
Well, okay, so okay, I mean, this is like you can make the same argument. For example, if you support wealth redistribution, you could say, well, why don't just,
You're no,
hand everyone the same
you're trying to get
money?
away
It's
from
just
what I just
taking to
asked
the
you.
extremes.
Why not just force that woman into an abortion?
Because there are individual rights and they should
Okay, so
not
you
be
believe in individual rights. Good. So your view is that individual rights take precedent over the gene pool, quote unquote, right?
not really.
What do you mean, not really? You just said that instead of forcing somebody into an abortion, you think that they should be allowed to have the kid even if it's disabled, right?
I said that the state
You can't
should
have
not
this both
prevent
ways.
them.
You can't have this both ways. How much do you value individual liberty?
I would say that in this particular instance, it triumphs in this particular instance, but in other instances, it doesn't.
Okay, give me an example.
Well, for example, I think that individual rights for to have a polyamorous marriage registered. I think in this case, the state should not allow for a polyamorous marriage to be registered
Why not?
because I don't think that this lifestyle should be legalized.
Why? I can't live like with
Well,
two
I
other
mean,
people in a
I just
relationship with them?
explained to you my issues with polyamory. Are we going
Yeah,
back
and
to?
I told you that they're bullshit.
Sure, okay. Well,
They
I
are. They're
mean,
bullshit. All of your reasoning is bullshit.
can agree
Okay,
to
wanting to
disagree.
improve.
Yeah.
Here's another problem with wanting to, like, quote unquote improve the genome of the human population via eugenics. Okay, another problem with that is, what if you get disabled later in life? You know, things happen all the time throughout somebody's life. Should we just purge them, like, because their epigenetics has
What?
caused them to have worse genes somehow, like,
Okay, so
or should we accommodate them? You know, we're
okay,
the
so
focus on eugenics is improving the human body or whatever. The focus should be on accommodating disability and accommodating people who need help. Why is that
after they're
bad?
born, but not before they're born. Before they're born, they should not be born. We
Okay,
should minimize
so then why not
this.
just force people who have disabled fetuses into an abortion? Why not just force that?
Well, I mean, I just said it's
So,
it doesn't seem to me that like that big of an issue like with vaccination, right? Like, in the case where individual rights of not getting vaccinated, get tripled down, get stomped on by the state. I think it's not
So
that
let me
extreme.
get this
I think
straight.
a society can.
You believe in
uh,
eugenics so that we can improve the overall genome of the population, but you also think people have the individual right to not get vaccinated and still go out in public
no,
and go to work
no, no, no,
and
no,
potentially infect
no,
other
no,
people. Is
no,
that what you're
no,
saying?
no, 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 no. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, people who don't vaccinate their children, I think uh, they're much worse than a few occasions of people bringing up disabled people into the population,
Okay,
because
sorry, I misunderstood
disability
what you
was
said.
there. Yeah, I'm saying that in this particular instance, the state is justified to triumph over individual liberty and force people to
Okay, so
vaccinate
it's
because
so
but in
you you're not forcing people. So in order to say that you're forcing somebody to vaccinate to get vaccinated, you're pinning them down and jamming a needle inside of them. Okay, in the worst case scenarios,
no
you can.
no, I mean, there's
I still
actually a
think that
punishment.
people who are not vaccinated deserve the basic necessities: food, water, shelter. Okay, they
Well,
deserve
of
all that.
course.
But
Of course,
but they don't get to endanger other people's lives. Okay,
that's
so
right.
right. So that in that way you quote unquote force them, but you're not taking away anything that they actually need. Does that make sense?
But
So
disabled people,
you're reinforcing individual liberty while also providing for the protection of the populace.
yes, but the thing with disabled people is that there's still they may not endanger individual, right? Okay, with the few exceptions, if they have schizophrenia, they're endangering, they're stealing the wallet money
Okay,
for
why not just
their
kill
own
somebody
wallet.
who has schizophrenia instead of treating them? It's a lot cheaper.
I mean, I don't think that it'll be a good idea.
Why
They
not?
still
It's a lot
have
cheaper.
individual rights. I
Is that
mean,
or is that not cheaper than
unless
treating them?
it's cheaper than treating
Okay, it's
them, but
cheaper.
they
So what? Let me ask you this: what if that person then goes on to go into a relationship and have a child who also has schizophrenia? What then?
well,
We're watering down the
then I
gene
think
pool,
the
right?
state should recommend them to have their baby through an embryo selection
They don't
clinic.
want one. They want a natural. They want a natural born biological child. Should they be allowed?
Well, it it would depend on the scale of this problem.
So
I
you're
think
saying
if
there is a point
schizophrenia
at which
was to
you're
be
saying
rapidly expanding in the population, I think that the state would be justified in taking away their
this is
individual
gross,
rights, but
man. This is
only if it was
disgusting shit.
rapidly expanding.
You want an authoritarian state to dictate whether or not people are allowed to fucking have children.
I mean, we basically have that with masking and vaccines, which, by the way, I do
Dude.
support. I
Okay.
mean, I have supported.
Dude, that's not
But
the
we
same
already
thing.
have that. Like,
Hold on.
we have that.
I already said, if you don't want to wear a mask during a pandemic, you don't have to. Just stay home. And I still think that you deserve all the basic necessities that you need to survive. This is not
Of
the same.
course you
Wearing a
do.
mask and vaccinating, making people do that is not the same as eugenics. It's simply not, and it's very silly to suggest that it is.
Okay, eugenics. I'm talking about. Look, you brought up a hypothetical example in which, will you asked me, will the state intervene? Will they not? And I said, yeah, in certain radical, hypothetical examples, maybe. But in 99 to 100%, at least now, percent of the cases, I want eugenics to be voluntarily
Eugenics is
done.
by definition not voluntary. Okay, a
That,
lot
I
of the
mean,
time it
that's
just involves
absolutely,
killing people who have disabilities so that they
yeah,
can't
yeah. I mean that,
procreate.
yeah, I mean that's absolutely not true.
What do you mean it's not true? That's what
Yeah, I
eugenics
mean,
is. It's
I don't know.
literally like
No, it's
removing
not.
people from like it's removing genes from the population that you find to be undesirable.
Yes, but
Yeah.
you do that before they're born. You do that before
Okay. Why
they're
not then?
actually
Why not prevent people
get their.
from? Why not prevent people from just having children in the first place? Like in the case of somebody with schizophrenia. At what point do we just say, yeah, castrate them?
Yeah, I mean that's so that would be eugenics. So that would be eugenics.
Yes,
Well,
yes,
I'm
and
not
that's what
just
you're advocating
advocating
for.
for you,
That's what you mean. That's what you are
and I am
communicating.
advocating.
No, that's what you are communicating to people when you say that you are a eugenicist. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but I mean,
Okay,
like, sure, society thinks about what I believe. You know, we're going to have an argument. It's
this isn't
not what
about what
I
you believe.
believe.
This is about what you're communicating.
Yeah, but
That's what eugenics
it's
is.
what you're receiving, right? It's what you're receiving. I have already explained that I'm for voluntary eugenics. I'm not for forced eugenics. So, like, if you want to keep believing that I'm for forced eugenics, like Nazi experiments, blah blah blah, so that would be like a libel. I'm not
That's what
for it.
eugenics leads to, man. Every
It
time.
doesn't.
Yes, that's the
It
most.
doesn't.
If you
No,
want
it
to quote
doesn't.
unquote
I mean,
improve, if you want to quote unquote improve the human population, right? Select for certain genes. The fastest way to do that is not through. It's not through just making sure that people have certain babies. It's also through killing and castrating people, like the fucking Nazis did.
yeah, sure. Like, if you want to get it like the fastest way possible, but I don't like
Yeah, and
want
those are the people
that.
that you're aligning
And
with.
I want to continue living in a liberal society, in a voluntary society.
The reason
I
that we're
don't
still
want to live
talking,
in
the reason that we're still
what?
talking is because I believe that you do want a better society. And I'm telling you that the way that you're going about it is not good. Okay? It's not conducive to a better society. It's simply not. Okay? So what I'm telling you is
Well,
if you want a better society,
society is
instead of
by
focusing on
individual.
hold on, instead of focusing on what kinds of genes are being proliferated through people when they have children, the better thing to focus on is just make people's lives better right now. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Just give people the things that they need to survive. Stop worrying about, oh, well, this gene is actually bad because it might result in a
Okay, do you know what
40%
is
chance
the
of
homeless
schizophrenia. Like,
population?
what are you doing, man? What are you doing? This is silly.
Do you know what is the homeless population of or the population of people living under like less than $10 a day in the United States?
I don't know.
Okay, so combined together, it's less than 1%. But basically, people have everything they need to survive. Sure, I think we need to improve and yada yada yada.
No,
But we also have
most
to
people in
worry
the United
about
States,
people who are making
most
welfare.
most people in the United States are living paycheck to paycheck. It's like 60% of the population.
Yes,
They
but
don't
if
have
they wouldn't
$400 for an
spend their
emergency.
money on OnlyFans and all of that stuff, maybe they would make better
Dude,
decisions and
none of
save
your
some money.
ideology ties together. You're like talking about OnlyFans and gay people and eugenics and black people being worse than white. It just sounds like you're a hateful person. Like, and I want to believe
No,
that you're not. I really do want to believe that you are a person who wants to improve society, but none of what you're saying, I think that you believe all the things that you're saying, and I think that you have an insane level of cognitive dissonance about how good it actually is. Okay? You're not
I mean,
advocating
it
for a
is
better
good.
world. You're advocating for government, for totalitarian control over like the babies that people can have,
What?
over
No, I
like
don't.
separate. Yes, you are, man. You literally like when I
Oh.
asked you about schizophrenia, you literally were like, "Yeah, I think at a certain point we should stop that person from having children," right?
Yeah, if they're like multiplying, if there were 1% of the population in 5 generations, there's suddenly five. Yeah, I think we could
Castrate
do
them,
something about
right? Or kill them.
it. No.
Your choice. Okay, then how do you do that? What's your solution?
Well, for example, well, we could offer voluntary castrations if they wanted to, but for the most part, I think that there
But you're
could be some
saying if they
financial
want to,
penalty.
you're saying if they want to have a kid, they should not be allowed, right? After a certain point.
If it's a major problem, if it's a major
So how do you
problem,
prevent them? They say I want a kid. How do you prevent them?
I think the word that you have said yourself, sex education. That's how
No,
you
they
prevent them.
want
You
a
said-
kid. They are sex educated. They're middle class. They're disabled, and they want a kid. And they know that this kid will have the same disability that they have, but they want one anyway.
Yeah, in the current environment, they should be able to have this kid. I
Okay,
don't
great.
think
So then we agree that individual liberty
this
trumps
here,
whatever this
right
eugenicist
now-
bullshit is. We agree that individual liberty trumps whatever this eugenicist bullshit is, right? You believe in individual
at a
liberty.
particular point of time, just like liberal democracy
Okay,
gets
so then at
thrown
what
out
point-
of the window the moment
at-
the country
at-
is at war.
At what point in time and under what conditions do you think that a person should be forced into an abortion? Or forcibly castrated? Your choice.
I don't think it should be forced at any
Okay.
point at this
Okay, then
particular
you-
time.
Okay, no,
This
at this
particular-
particular time. So in what conditions do you think it should be forced? Because clearly you think there's a time and place for it.
Yes, if
Okay,
a
so when
genetic
do we forcibly
disease
castrate people?
is multiplying at a very high rate, I think in this case the state should step in.
Has that ever happened?
Well, that happened with STDs and for example HIV.
That's not the same thing.
It's not particular. Yes,
And that can
yes,
also be
it's not
prevented.
hereditary
That can also be
disease,
prevented
but
with sex education and protection. That is not the same thing as eugenics.
the people who are less intelligent, I have data on this. They have way more children than people who have very high IQs, for example.
Yes,
If-
we talked about this. It's because they don't have access to sex
Yes,
education and
if-
protection.
no, I mean that's not okay. I mean, sure, that's part of it.
That's
But
the biggest part of
as-
it, yes.
as I said, if this thing continues to worsen, I think people
What thing
who may
continuing
have
to worsen
like,
are you referring to? What thing? And how is it getting worse?
the population of people who, let's say, have below 75 IQ, if they continue to grow,
The way
and,
that you
know,
improve,
end up
okay,
in jail
the
and
way
blah,
that
blah,
you
blah.
improve IQ is not through eugenics. It's through improve. And by the way, IQ is a
No, it's
bullshit
biological.
measure of intelligence anyway. It's a bullshit measure of intelligence. It doesn't do anything for us. I don't know what mine is. I'm a nurse. I do fine in my job. It is a bullshit measure of intelligence. Period. End
Yeah,
of
I
story.
mean,
Okay. It was
you're-
made up by white supremacists, and nobody gives a fuck about it. Nobody.
Yeah,
Do you
you're-
put your IQ on your
you're-
resumes? Do you put your IQ on there?
We used to before labor regulations, but they're actually doing IQ tests, like things that are like IQ tests. Actually, I don't,
Yeah, and most
I mean,
of them
I
are
haven't-
bullshit. If you should take tests that
No, they're
pertain to
not.
your area of specialization. IQ does not measure anything except how well you can take an IQ test. That is what it measures.
Well, there was a study about job performance. There were two biggest correlations with job performance. Is the job related, basically an IQ test that they mask as a job related, and then there was the interview. So two things. In education, for example, work experience, they had much less of a say than two things. And what I mean by an interview is how you your intelligence. This is how your interview people pick you.
And they found a correlation, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think a 0.5, 0.5,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So why can I not say that this correlation is because what I said earlier of people with better conditions, better economic conditions, having
Yes.
a higher IQ score as a result
Because-
of those better economic and
because-
environmental conditions, and therefore just
because-
being better suited to social situations, social pressures, interviews, and the work environment. They're just better suited for it because they were
Those,
raised in a
those
better
were also
environment.
part of the variables, including education, and they had low correlation with job performance than the two factors I've just described.
What is this? What is this study you're referring to? Can I see it?
I mean, I don't
Who's it?
have it right now. I frankly don't
Okay.
remember the name. I believe it's been cited by Russell Warren in his, I think, 2019 book, the 35 debunking 35 myths about intelligence, something like that. Or
Whose
it was
book?
by another book by Charles Murray of 2020, 2021, I think. I don't remember. I mean, but I think you can, like, frankly, a lot of these things that I'm saying, it's not rocket science. You can find it, like, it's pretty widely accessible. Maybe not on mainstream journals like BuzzFeed and Vogue and what's it called, the New York Times, USA Today, whatever. But they're known within the academia, within their, like, intelligence research, as it's called. Um,
Here, I got a few links from chat. The Looking Glass for Intelligence Quotients Test: The Interplay of Motivation, Cognitive Functioning, and Effect. Related evidence suggests that IQ scores are inconsistent at predicting variation in performance, including the extremities on activities such as learning, reasoning, and decision-making, from Stanovich 2009 and Fletcher et al. 2018. The critique of the IQ tests lead to the rise of the broad theories of intelligence. The broad theories emphasize on the aspects of mental functioning associated with the vernacular use of the term intelligence, including adaptation to the environment, display of wisdom, creativity, etc., irrespective of whether these aspects are amenable to measurement or not. So what this is saying is studies have found, and this is from a NCBI article.
I know who the gardener is. I'm familiar, and Sternberg. I'm familiar with
Okay,
multiple
that is what
theories
the
of
most
intelligence.
recent data suggests.
It does not suggest that, actually.
Yes, it does.
And,
I'm
and
looking
and
at
a
it right
lot of
now.
this,
I am looking at it.
yes.
Okay,
Look, it's not how, like, academia works, or
how
what
does
you're
academia work
reading.
then? What are you talking about?
Okay,
We just read it.
so the field, yeah, the field you're gonna go into is intelligence research. Gardner and, I believe, Sternberg, or one of them, they come from the field of education. One of them developed, like, a weird, a hyper specific theory of intelligence, was like, oh, your intelligence is like musical, your intelligence is athletic. That's not really what people understand by intelligence. He's
Then what do you mean? What do you
confusing
mean?
achievement.
What do you mean by intelligence?
Well, intelligence is the okay, it's the G. It's the generalized factor that is derived at through a statistical analysis of
Meaning
how
what?
you're doing at the multiple cognitively demanding tasks. So
Like,
originally it came from Charles Spearman, who noticed that his
what
pupils,
tasks though? What
um
tasks? Like
what?
what? What tasks? Like memorizing things?
Well, yeah, that's one of them.
Okay, so that's one. So let's take that
Uh,
and say,
rotating
let's take,
rotating items,
okay,
a
let's just,
verbal test, like.
right.
Hmm?
So let's say that you're really good at performing neurosurgery, right? You're really great at that. You can look at a brain and say, this is what's wrong with it. This is what I'm going to fix. You go in and do it. But you are dog shit at memorizing the terms associated with neurosurgery, like what each part of the brain is called. Okay, and that's the part
I
that gets
think
you
you
every
should be
single time in
fucking
school.
fired
You're
if this
fired,
is.
but you're the best at neurosurgery. What are you talking about, fired? You're just bad at memorizing the terms. You have to
I
look
don't.
them
I
up.
don't think this is possible. Like, frankly, I don't think
What do you
this
mean
is
it's not
possible.
possible? That's absolutely possible. I'm a nurse right now, and I
No,
have to
that's
look up
not
terms all the
possible.
time.
Not to such an extent where you don't know, like, we what part of the brain is this, what part. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
sometimes you have
sorry,
a
but
brain fart moment. You say, sorry, I have ADHD. I'm bad at memorizing things. Oh, that's what this part of the brain's called. Thank you. I forgot for a minute there. Like, that would lead to a lower IQ score. And yet that person is incredibly skilled at
well, we actually.
neurosurgery. Is that person not smart to you
No,
if their
okay,
IQ is
so
like 100 or lower?
memory is just one, like, facet of an IQ. I think the
Yes.
correlation,
So what I'm telling you is that there are a
not
lot of different
the highest
facets of an
correlation
IQ
is
test.
verbal, I think,
There are a lot of
or
different
what?
facets of an IQ test, which, when thrown together, come out to say, this is how good you are at taking an IQ test. That's what it measures.
Yes, but when you do a factor analysis, you take only the highest ones, those who correlate with G with at least zero point 0.8 and above, typically.
If this is such an important thing, I don't understand why we wouldn't then use this to hire people for things like
We are.
neurosurgery. Like, nobody gives a shit. Like, you can be a good neurosurgeon and not have like
Okay, but
an idea of what your IQ
here's
is.
the thing. If you pass an exam, you already have a high IQ basic. It's like
That's not
these
necessarily
tests.
true. It depends on a variety of factors. Like, what is the exam? Are you interested in the topic of the exam? Did you study for the exam? Is the exam more
Yes.
oriented toward the knowledge part, or is it more oriented toward the practical part? Like, what are we doing? Are we dissecting something, or are we listing off the countries that are in Eastern Europe? Like, what is the exam? And are you even interested in it? There's so many
Oh,
factors to consider that an IQ test can't even begin to cover. Humans are
the beauty
complicated.
with an
You can't just sum it up with one IQ number and say this is how smart you are. You can't do that.
No, look, okay, listen, before all of these complexity arises, before we came up with neurosurgery, advanced programming, we had the basic. We had the basic, and out of this basic, we developed all of these beautiful things that we are now all using. And we could not have developed them if we did not have high enough IQ score. And high enough IQ score, it's not how you understand these high complicated things, it's how you understand, uh, it's how well can you potentially understand them into the future, given that you have this basic, not understanding, but functioning, basic functioning.
Do you believe there are
Okay, are
any?
you like,
Hmm?
yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't know. Are you like trying to find me an article? Oh, this scientist had like an IQ of 97 or
Yeah,
like,
I'm just looking for some examples. I just think that it'd be interesting to know.
okay. Well, I don't deny that sometimes a scientist can succeed with an IQ of 97, but a majority of scientists have an IQs of well into 120s,
But not all of them
which
do.
is the point.
But not all of them do.
What?
But not all of them do.
Yeah, not all
There are
of
a lot
them.
of
A
very
lot of
smart
them
people with low IQs. Do you agree?
if by smart you mean achieving people, or people who maybe know certain stuff, yes. But if by smart you
Who have
mean
made
by
achievements
how
too.
able they're sorry, by how well they're able to exercise their mental abilities, no.
Let's see. Lewis Walter, born in San Francisco, just up the peninsula from Stanford, was around 10 years old when he took the Terman's test, scored too low to enter the sample. Rejection did not prevent him from getting a PhD at age 25 from the University of Chicago. He made important contributions to physics, eventually becoming one of the most brilliant and productive experimental physicists of the 20th century. One manifestation of this brilliance was his work on hydrogen bubble chambers for studying elementary particles, which led to his receiving the 1968 Nobel Prize in Physics. He received the Nobel. No termite received the Nobel. I don't know what that last sentence is trying to say. William Shockley, the second termite reject who went on to attain the Nobel Prize in Physics, which he shared with two colleagues in 1956. Despite
Yeah,
his sub-genius score on Terman's IQ test, he managed to get his BS from Caltech and his PhD from MIT.
despite his what? His sub-genius score. Well, sub-genius means that he scored less than 130. He scored like 125. Genius is more than 130.
The first person
Um,
didn't even make it into the IQ test. Like he scored too low to qualify
it
or something.
says sub-genius. No, it says sub-genius.
No,
So sub-genius
Lewis
implies
Walter
less than 130.
scored too low to enter the sample for Terman's test. He was
For
around 10 years old.
geniuses, yeah.
It does not predict anything. It is not a predictor of anything, except for how good you are at taking an IQ test.
Yeah, I mean, look, like we can sort of agree to disagree. I think you're entirely wrong. You may think the same about me.
We
I think
disagree
like
because you're wrong.
okay, that's what you think. I think the opposite.
You can think that, but you are wrong. IQ does not correlate to how successful you end up being. And well, it can. Let me take that back.
Well,
It can, but the reason is because people who do better on the IQ test tend to be of people who are of a higher economic standing, because the IQ test is catered more toward them, and they just are better at practicing for it. They have
no, it
better. They've
doesn't.
grown up in better environments. Yes, that is how that works. That's what the studies show us.
No,
It is
no,
not like
they
a
don't.
natural. If you take, okay, let's say that you take a person who grows up in like the jungle and is raised by a wolf.
Yeah.
Okay, how well
Yeah.
do you think this person is going to do on an IQ test?
Probably, probably not.
Very
He won't
bad.
be able to understand it. Yes,
Very bad.
but
Exactly.
the thing
So my
is,
point is,
I
it's
don't think
environmentally
IQ tests
influenced
are
more than
given to
it's biologically
people.
influenced, and the data shows us
IQ
this.
tests are given to people who are enrolled in an education environment, so they're familiar with math, they're familiar with shapes, they're familiar with words.
Okay, let's say that we give somebody a basic understanding of that, but they don't have a very good environment that they're raised in. Do you still think that they'll do
Yeah.
well? Because we have evidence
They're
showing that people
well
who are
if
from
they're
worse economic
genetically
circumstances, score lower on the IQ tests. It is environmentally influenced.
what?
We have evidence
So-
showing that people who are who grow up in worse economic circumstances score lower on IQ tests.
Yes, but that's what we call a sociological fallacy. Like you're missing mixing the causation. So the causation could either be that they're in a poor environment because they're in a poor environment, or it's because they're predisposed to it.
What are you
So
talking about?
I meant to say that they score low in intelligence because they're either in a maybe in a poor environment, or because they're genetically predisposed to it, or maybe it's a combination of two. You're saying it's one thing, but I think it's the
The
other
studies
one.
show no. The studies show that there is a strong link between your economic circumstances and how well you do on an IQ test. They account for other
Yes,
factors.
there is a strong link because how you like these things are correlated. When you're dumb and you're more likely to be poor, right? Like the causality, you know?
No,
Like what's the
being in a
causality?
poor
What's the
economic no,
term?
being in a bad economic circumstance leads you to be leads you to have lower IQ scores because you're simply not getting what you need to thrive. That is the Occam's
You're
razor explanation.
okay, so lead poisoning is not a thing. And
What?
there
What
was
do you mean it's not a thing? What are you
it's not
talking
a
about?
statistical thing now. It used to be a thing.
No,
Okay, but
wait.
listen,
What do you mean it's not a thing? I
there
need to
was
know
a,
about this.
are you familiar with the Coleman report?
No.
So a Coleman report, for example, they look at how well children are performing in school, and they look at to what extent the quality of the school has a relationship with how they do in school versus their quote unquote
what is
home
this?
environment. And by
What is
home
this?
environment, they really mean genetics.
What does
And
this have to do with
the
lead poisoning not being a thing?
no, it doesn't. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I
just
want to.
going
That's
back
what I want to
to
know.
my
What do you
point.
mean? What do you mean lead poisoning isn't a thing? Go ahead. What do you mean?
Okay,
Like
like
it's not
we're
real? Like it's a
both
myth?
jumping points to points, but sure.
Well, I just want to know because this is interesting
Sean
to me.
Last, what? Yeah, so
I just
Sean
want to know.
Last did a meta-analysis of the literature about lead poisoning, and it was true. Well, first of all, it is true. If you're exposed to lead, your intelligence goes down. It's an environmental influence, and it can decrease your
Yes.
score by a few points.
Yes.
So what I said is that right now the homes don't contain that amount of lead to have any influence. That's what I
That's not
wanted
the
to say.
only environmental influence. Is that what you're talking about?
It,
You think
but
that's what I
lead
meant?
poisoning was the biggest proven environmental influence that people said, yes, this is a proven, completely true environmental influence that we can 100% prove, as opposed to, think of like the usual
From Medline Plus,
ramblings.
during a child's development, factors that contribute to intelligence include their home environment and parenting, education, and availability of learning resources, and healthcare and nutrition.
Yeah, and nutrition, that's also another thing that used to be. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So this is all leading
People
into my
who are
point where
malnourished, they scored less on intelligence. So that was also a thing, and it's not a thing now.
what do you mean it's not a thing? Environmental
Okay,
influences are still very much a thing.
yes, sure, but the amount of the amount of population to whom this applies, right, it's very minuscule. We're talking about populational
No, it's not.
averages.
No, no.
What?
I'm getting this information from Medline Plus. During a child's development, factors that contribute to intelligence include home environment and parenting, education, and availability of learning resources, and healthcare and nutrition. These are all things that are influenced by your economic circumstances. Okay, a person's intelligence cannot be summed up with a single number. It is a combination of all kinds of different things. And there are different areas of intelligence as well. You can be a musical genius. You can be a genius in the field of medicine and not know a damn thing about chemistry. You can be a genius in rocket science and not know a damn thing about how to dissect the brain. Like,
Okay,
there are so many different influences and factors
let's not
to consider here that
confuse
one number
achievement
cannot do
with
it justice. It
intelligence.
simply can't.
Okay,
Like,
a lot of people confuse achievement with intelligence, and they
because
correlate
no,
highly, but they're not
you
necessarily
define
the same.
intelligence by how high your IQ is. That's how you define it. I define it by how good are you at something. Okay? If you're really good at brain surgery, I'm going to say, hey, that guy's a genius when it comes to brain surgery, but he might be shit at heart
Yes, but
surgery.
it will be sure, but it will be a specialized task that they're good at. It's not the
Yes,
overall
just like the IQ
intelligence, because
test.
there is such
That's
a thing
literally
as
what the
the
IQ
overall
test is. You
intelligence.
just explained it.
No, no, no. It measures
Yes.
your overall intelligence.
Then why can you
No.
have somebody who is low IQ be really good at something? Like something that you
Because I
quote
said
unquote
that
you find to
achievement
be
is not
intelligence related.
equal to IQ, because IQ is not equal to achievement.
Probably too late to do that. No, but you think that IQ is just this number, this arbitrary number. Like, why does it even mean
No,
anything if it's not related to
I mean
achievement?
that's what you think. It measures your generalized intelligence. It measures how well you can specialize in pretty much everywhere you want.
It measures how good you are at taking an IQ test. It's exactly what you
No.
said. It's
Okay,
exactly
sure.
what you
Like
said the
you
other
can,
tests are.
yeah,
It's the same
sure,
thing.
we
This
can,
it's not this
yeah, like we can
special.
go back and forth like that for
But
another
it's
hour, and
not.
I'm
It's really not this.
completely
And all of the data and all the scientific community agrees with me. Eugenics
Oh
doesn't
my
work.
God, no,
It's not
bro,
real.
like
IQ is
Yeah.
a made up arbitrary number. Okay, like I would bet that you probably have a what you consider a high IQ score, and this is why you care very much about it, right?
No, I don't have a high IQ score, like a genius IQ score that is 130 plus, if you're wondering.
Heritability of IQ. Early twin studies of adult individuals have found a heritability of IQ between 57 and 73%, with some recent, this is from Wikipedia, with some recent studies showing heritability for IQ as high as 80%. It goes from being weakly correlated with genetics for children to be, well, where's the twin studies? That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, like you literally opening up Wikipedia, which strangely agrees with me, but like, look, it's, I think this
Yeah, but you can
topic,
explain that by saying they're raised in a similar environment. I'm looking for the twin studies. Identical twins
no,
reared apart, IQs. 244 individual twins' IQs are normally distributed with a mean 96.82, SD 14.16. Frequency of large twin differences is no more than it would be expected from the normal probability curve. The absolute differences between twins closely approximates the chi distribution. This fact indicates that environmental effects are normally distributed. There is no evidence of asymmetry or of threshold conditions from the effects of environment on IQ.
uh-oh.
The lack of a significant
Anyway,
correlation between
I
twin
think this is
pairs
getting funny.
means
What?
and twin pair differences indicates that magnitude of differential environment effects is not systematically related to intelligent level of twin pairs. Who's this from? Arthur R. Jensen?
Yeah, another thing. Anyways, look,
How did he do this study?
I think I don't know for how long we're going to go. Yeah, it's Jens. I don't think for how long we're going to go with this, but I think it's unproductive. Like if we obsess over this topic for this long. Um,
Arthur R. Jensen. American psychologist and writer. University of California, Berkeley. Known for his work in psychometrics and differential psychology, the study of how and why individuals differ behaviorally from one another. Major proponent of the hereditary position in the nature and nurture debate, the position that genetics play a significant role in behavioral traits such as intelligence and personality. He was the author of over 400 scientific papers published in refereed journals and sat on the editorial boards of scientific journals Intelligence and Personality and Individual Differences. So he's already predisposed to think these things. Let's see, does he have
just
a...
like well, what's his name?
criticism?
Turkheimer is predisposed to think the opposite.
Statements made by Arthur Jensen, William Shockley, and other investigators in the late 1960s and early 70s about race and IQ or social class and IQ rapidly passed into currency and policy discussions. Many of these statements were proved wrong, but they had already influenced some policymakers, and that influence is very difficult to recant. This is Melvin Connor of Emory University. So it was
Yeah,
wrong.
and you've got Stephen Jay Gould here quoting about it,
We can
who
go through
comes
all these
from
things, but I'm
a
telling you, the latest data from all of the institutions shows that IQ is
no,
not
it
related to
does. Oh my,
intelligence. Yes, it does. This
oh,
is from a white. This is from a
that's just
eugenicist. What I just
insane.
read is from a eugenicist.
Yeah, well, I mean, almost everyone in the field is a eugenicist.
So he was already going to say
And
that.
every major researcher is a eugenicist in this field that I'm talking about. Um, you may find it funny, but I think that there are a lot of reasons for them to adopt their view, eugenicism.
A
Um,
realistic view of intelligence tests. Traditional intelligence tests measure general ability G and little more. This focus is consistent with the intentions of the first test authors. This is from apadivisions.org by Jack A. Naglieri.
like I think you're like trying to prove me wrong so badly. Like you're clinging to this, to that, trying to
I
find
already
this.
have. It's environmentally
No,
influenced, and the what an IQ test measures is how well you can do an IQ test, and that's it.
okay, look, you can assert that I will never agree, and intelligence expert likewise. I mean, frankly, there is no debate. You can say that, yes, there may be a debate about racial differences, but there certainly is no debate about IQ.
In the
Stephen
present
Jay
study,
Gould, I think, was the last guy who tried to wrestle with IQ. After
from
his death,
2016, effect of environmental factors on intelligent quotient of children. In the present study, we found that various environmental factors such as place of residence, physical exercise, family income, parents' occupation, and education influence the IQ of a child to a great extent. Hence, a child must be provided with an optimal environment to be able to develop to his or her full genetic potential.
yeah, I mean, that's just, there is no,
Why are
it's
you
just,
acting like the environment doesn't have anything to do with your
it,
IQ?
what?
Why are you acting like that? Why are you acting like it's just you're born with a certain IQ?
I didn't say the environment has no role.
You said that it has. You think that the biological makeup of somebody has a greater role.
That's right, yes. But I didn't say that the environment has no
And I'm
role.
telling you, the evidence shows us that that's bullshit.
Well, it doesn't. Look, and like you can keep saying that, but like,
You
where
can
is the
be.
evidence? Can you cite me an actual paper? Like, you've been reading this
This is yes. This
like
is an actual
random
paper.
stuff, but where
Effect
is a
of it.
study of, for example, like a twin study that
Okay,
says that
let's find a twin study that's not
environment is
done. Let's find a twin study that's not done by somebody who's already a geneticist. A twin family study of general IQ by M. Van Leeuwen and Stephanie M. Van den Berg and Dorrit I. Boomsma. What does it say in the abstract? There was no evidence for cultural transmission between generations. The results suggested that an additional 9% of observed IQ test variation was due to gene-environment interaction, with environment being more important in children with a genetic predisposition for low intelligence. So environment's more
and
important
the
according to this
addictive
test.
genetic effects accounted for
Of,
70% of, well,
of
67% of the variance.
additive genetic effects accounted for 67% of the population variance. What does that mean?
Yeah, so
Additive
that's
genetic effects.
oh my
Additive
God.
genetic
Well, look,
effects.
I
Additive
mean,
genetic effects occur when
I don't
alleles, alternative forms of a gene at a locus and across. Okay,
like I can literally save you some time if you'd like, but the end of this debate, it will still go one way. There's only one conclusion, is you accepting the fact that environment plays a very insignificant role. It's majority genes, and every single twin study would tell you that.
doesn't have a full discussion here.
Probably every single one, yeah.
The heritability of IQ. Tired. IQ heritability, a portion of a population's IQ variability attributable to the effects of genes, has been investigated for nearly a century. Paternal effects, often assumed to be negligible, account for 20% of covariance between the twins and 5% between siblings. And the effects of genes are correspondingly reduced, with two measures of heritability being less than 50%. Shared maternal environment may explain the striking correlation between the IQs of twins, especially those of adult twins that were reared apart. IQ heritability increases during early childhood, but whether it stabilizes thereafter remains unclear. A recent study of octogenarians, for instance, suggests that IQ heritability either remains constant through adolescence or adulthood, or continues to increase with age. Although the latter hypothesis has recently been endorsed, it gathers only modest statistical support in our analysis when compared to the maternal effects hypothesis. It will be important to understand the basis for the maternal effects and if ways in which IQ might be increased are to be identified. God, I'm just having such a problem absorbing information right now.
Yeah, look, how about you just close it? As I said, this will not really lead anywhere. Uh, and I don't think you'll be convinced. certainly I will not be convinced of the
Just
opposite.
tell me what your goal
Which
is with this. Tell me
environment.
what your goal is. What's your goal? You want to
The
increase the
goal
overall
is to
IQ of the
rear
population
people.
through eugenics? Is that what you're trying to
What?
do? Are you trying to increase the overall IQ of the population through
Yes.
eugenics? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, that's one of the goals. Yeah.
So then what,
I
but to
mean,
what end? What does a higher IQ provide us? Besides
it
people who can do
provides
an
us
IQ test
more
better.
wealth generation, better infrastructure. For example, do you know how much 1% pays for the taxes? How much income taxes they pay, the top 1%? About 80% of all taxes come from the top 1%.
Yeah, it should be more. They should pay like the overwhelming majority of taxes. But what does that have to do
Well,
with what
they
I
are
just
paying
said?
the overwhelming majority of taxes. I'm just saying that people who are in the top 1% are genetically
Being in the top
predisposed towards
1% does
being
not mean that
wealthy.
your IQ is higher
I
or that you're
think in
smart or more
100% of
intelligent.
the cases, unless you
And
married
also, the people
someone,
in the top 1%
they
aren't the
are
people.
very
Hold on. The
intelligent.
people in the top 1% aren't the people with like holding society together. If Elon Musk died tomorrow, Twitter would still exist. If every single person in the Twitter facility that is holding up the structure of the facility died tomorrow, Twitter would not exist.
Yeah, but who is going to innovate stuff?
Elon Musk
I
is not an
mean, there are
innovator. He's a
people,
fucking
engineers.
he's an
Okay, look,
investor.
well, first of all, the people, yeah, the people who are working for Twitter, they're highly professional. They're engineers, they're programmers. They know what they're doing, and not just on Twitter, but like Google for the most part and other companies. So people working at those companies, they're already very highly intelligent. But
I've already shown
if
you
Twitter,
I've already shown you that
what?
the black population has been closing the IQ gap since the 1970s.
No,
Okay,
okay,
there's
well,
also somebody just told me in chat
you haven't
they're closing the
shown
IQ
me
gap.
anything.
The Irish closed the IQ gap with the English in 2 generations. What's up with that?
Well, um, there there are a few things
Uh-huh.
with how environment used to play role in the past, such as malnourishment was a thing and illiteracy was also a thing. Now people are,
Yeah.
you know, almost everyone graduates high school and lead poisoning and like if people didn't literally know how to write, I would not expect their IQ to be average, right? And
Yeah, and
also,
you can see those same issues crop up in underdeveloped communities, especially black communities in
yes,
America,
but
and they've been closing the gap. I'm
they
not saying there's zero genetic influence. What I'm saying is that it is overwhelmingly environmental influence.
yeah, and I,
And
of course,
there's no
disagree.
statistically significant difference in the intelligence between black people and white people. There's not.
There's about a
Science does not
15
support that.
point.
Science does not support
y-
that. It does
I
not
mean,
support that
okay,
black people are
okay,
less
well,
intelligent than
I'm
white
sorry,
people
but
overall.
nobody literally disagrees with that. Like
You
literally
do.
nobody. I mean,
Because you
people like
okay, do you
Kevin
agree that
Burr,
the IQ of the black population in the United States is lower than the IQ of the white population?
yes,
Okay. So
and
then you are saying that black
nobody,
people are less intelligent than white people, right?
yes,
Okay. So you're saying
okay.
that. And that's not true, by the way.
Well, I mean, well, I think the leftists like Turkheimer, Kevin Bird, I think there must be very furious at you because you're not even making the best case for them because even they accept that they just think that it's due to
No,
the environment.
I'm not
Nobody
saying that
disagrees with
hold
their
on. I'm not saying that their IQ is not lower. It is. Okay? But I'm saying it's
yes,
because of environmental
mhm,
factors. And you're saying it's because they're just
yes,
naturally stupider.
yes, that's what I say. And there is a little
That's
environmental
insanely
influence.
stupid for you to say that.
Okay,
The science does not back that up.
well,
You've put so much stock into these
it
IQ
does.
tests that it's poisoning your brain.
Okay.
The IQ
Well,
test
it's
does not
not
measure
just the
anything except how
IQ,
well you can
by the
take an
way.
IQ test, and that is it.
No. Okay, sure. We're never going to agree on anything here, Alec.
Because you put so much stock in IQ, and I don't know why.
I think you're putting
There's no
so much
reason
stock
to.
in it. I think we
No,
started
you're the
off
one putting your stock in it.
pretty fine, but then you stuck on this topic for over an hour, certainly.
Okay, what would you like to talk about instead?
Um, I don't know. Well,
You want to talk about how
if we
polyamorous couples thruples shouldn't have kid? Like what's I just don't understand what ties your worldview together.
what ties my world together is that I believe that people who are competent should run the entire thing, should run the world, and dictate morality, dictate political rules of engagement, the market, etc. And I
People who
don't
are
think that
competent,
if society, yes,
like who? Who do you suppose is competent? What do you think you can run the world?
no,
So
I
you would
mean,
not put
I
yourself at the
hope
upper echelons.
I'm certainly not in the upper echelons in terms of income right now. Um,
Really? Why not?
but I suppose you could say what?
Why not? You're not a smart guy. You're not a smart enough guy to figure it out.
Well, I'm 24 years old and I recently graduated college and I'm working on a few, well, university. I'm Canadian, just I assume you're American. Um, I'm
Well,
working on a few things, both
according
and
to according to you,
what? I don't have
accord,
what?
according to you earlier, I thought you said that like the richest people were the smartest, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then where's your money?
What?
Are you
Okay,
not that
this
smart?
is
If you can admit if you're
well,
not
okay.
that smart, but then
Even the majority of those who end up in the 1%, they don't come from an insanely rich family. Most of them come from the middle class. I also came from the middle class, and they build their wealth from ground up. And
that's
I'm
not where
also
most of them
not
come from,
saying I
though.
have an IQ of, like a genius, or I think that um how to say it applies in 100% of the cases. No.
So if it doesn't apply in 100% of the cases, then how ought we to structure society? Because clearly it's
Well,
not
as
very
long as it
consistent.
applies in a good amount percent of cases, then we should structure the society in a way
Okay,
that has been proven to work.
the society I want is a society in which, because we live in a post-scarcity world, and I want people to be fed, housed, and clothed. Okay, that's what I want. For people to just have their basic necessities met. They can do whatever they want. They can screw whoever they want.
99% of people have that.
In the
So we have
United States,
that.
they largely don't. They have to work in order to make ends meet. They don't have the things that they need.
Yes, but well, I mean, I'm sorry, but you always had to work to meet ends meet, right?
You have to
Like,
sell your labor. You have to sell your labor to an employer
as
in order to
opposed
make ends
to
meet. And
being
oftentimes
owned
even
by
that's
the
not enough.
state or by your family and going against your will, marrying against your will, and
My
have
point, I don't want
be
any of that. My
managed
point
as
is,
a
we live in a society which has everything that you need in order to survive, in droves, and we just choose to hold that over people's heads at the threat of death. And so I want to improve that. That is where I'm coming from. Where it seems like you're coming from is a place of superiority, like genetic superiority, and I don't like that.
I'm
Like
coming
I think
from a
that you
place
think that I
where
think that you think that your worldview will improve the world, and I think that your worldview is only going to impose something like Nazi Germany, because
okay,
that's what they did,
but
is
okay,
eugenics.
here let me ask you a question. Okay, so how does an improvement come about? Not just like improvement in general, of any kind. just a question. Like,
Like,
what is the problem?
in terms of my worldview, an improvement would be let's reclaim the houses that are being sat on by landlords and people who do like what is it called, Airbnb, right? Let's take those houses, the empty houses, and give them to people who do not have houses. That's an improvement.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be well, you would ruin multiple industries, and I mean, so like you're earlier accusing me of being like an evil eugenicist who's willing to trample individual
I
rights.
never said
Yet
the word
what
evil.
you're advocating for is basically communism. I mean, my
Kind
family
of.
comes from the Soviet Union. This is what you're just advocated for, and
I'm. If you want to call it
frankly,
communism, fine. If you want to call it communism, that's fine. But
yeah.
what I'm advocating for does not seem unreasonable to me. There are empty houses. There are people who do not have houses. Give them the houses. Seems very simple and
Yes,
cut and
but you
dry.
don't, sure, like you don't take it from
Sure you do.
people from. No, you don't.
Sure you do. If there's a
It's
child, if there's a
like, are you
okay,
familiar with the concept of private property?
yes, I am. Let me ask you something. If there is a child on the ground in front of you starving to death, and there is a person standing next to you with more than enough money to feed them, and you do not have any money to your name, do you think it is justifiable to take money from that person to give to the starving child so that they can eat? Because the alternative
By
is the
the
child
state?
dies of
No.
starvation. No, by anybody. Doesn't matter who does it. Do you feed the starving child by
I
stealing from
think
somebody
in this particular instance, I mean, I think as long as it's not the state, maybe if it's society, uh, does that, but that person whose money was taken, he also has the right to go to the police, and the police has the right to charge them for taking his
Interesting.
money.
It's almost as though the police enforce the status quo.
It always enforces the status quo.
Yes. So I am, and that's why part of the reason I'm
Never
anti-policing
society.
in a lot of cases. Like I'm not entirely anti-police, but a lot of the things that the police do, I'm against it. And that's one thing I'm against. The police should side with the starving child. Do you think so?
Yeah, like okay, sure,
What do
like
you
those
think?
hypotheticals. I'm not even sure they are possible.
They help me ground my worldview because I know in my heart of hearts that if it came down to stealing in order to save a child from dying, I would do it. Would you?
Yes,
Okay,
I
and that
would also
drives my
do
worldview. So what drives your worldview? Because I think that everybody should
practicality,
I think that
things that
everybody
happen
ought
on
to just have the things that they need to survive, especially if they're children. Don't you think that?
yes,
Okay.
but I think in terms of practicality, how often that happens, how big of a problem it is, and then it guides my worldview.
That happens a lot. Starvation is a huge problem worldwide.
Worldwide,
Yes,
yes,
even in the United
not in the
States,
US.
there are people who
And
are
so
food insecure.
would you say people from like the first world should like get, a certain amount of money from the taxes must be deducted, and this amount of money should be sent to the third world and feed them?
Yes,
Okay, yeah. Well, but
they're people
how
too.
okay, but how
Are they
about
people?
like,
They're people too.
what?
They're people too.
Sure. I mean, I of course I don't. I mean, I disagree. But how about the starving people in your country? The poor
They should all
people
be
who
fed.
are
They can
forced
all be fed.
into
We live in a post-scarcity world.
polyamorous relationship. They're going to fund some, cis heteronormative African who has 9 children, as opposed to paying for his 5-year-old child for transgender surgery. I'm sorry.
No, you're
That's
not.
also hypothetical.
Done.
I'm trying to,
So would you feed the starving child?
me, yes.
Yes. Okay, so you would. So do you believe that children who are starving ought to be fed no matter what it takes? even if you got to steal.
No,
No, you don't believe that because you think that children should starve because you're a disgusting freak, right?
no.
You believe that that is an
I
acceptable
really
alternative.
This is not
You
happening.
believe that
I
that
just
we're just
told
getting
you
to
I
the root
want
of who you
to
are as a person. So you
propaganda.
believe that an acceptable outcome is that children starve, right? That's an acceptable outcome to you. Because that's what's happening now in the world, and you seem to be fine with that.
Yeah, yeah, sure. I'm not for my taxpayer money going to some third world country
I know you're
to
not
boost
because
their
you don't
fertility
even
rate.
view them as people. Not like real people here in the United States or in Western European countries, right? They're not like real people like that, right? This is the problem with your worldview. So we can talk about IQ all day long, and
Sure.
I know that I floundered a little bit. I'm not going to lie and say that I did a perfect job in that part of the debate. But IQ means nothing in the face of you don't even think that people in third world countries deserve your aid or deserve aid from anybody.
Yeah, just like people from the first world countries don't deserve aid from the third world countries.
We don't they don't have aid to even give us. If they did, I'd say, yeah, send it over. But they can't even, like, a lot of these third world nations are third world nations because of capitalism and because of people exploiting them for their resources. That's the reason for most of it. They had plenty of
No.
resources. Why do you think that, Africa was, what's the word? Basically taken over, I forget the
Colonized?
word. Colonized, thank you. Why do you think it was colonized by white people in the first place? It's not because it wasn't for funsies.
Because colonization was popular at the time.
Yeah, it was made popular through propaganda because there were a bunch of resources in Africa that we could exploit.
Like
And we
what?
send it over.
Diamonds? You think we could live without diamonds? Rubber? What else?
Well,
Diamonds, rubber, what else? I think
I would
that's
have
it.
to,
Yeah, that's it.
I would have to look it up to get
The,
into the
the,
specifics. But both of those things are very valuable. So yes, those are two examples.
no. Yes, but we could literally trade. It's like saying the US has invaded, Iraq because of the oil. Well, they could literally buy the
That was most
oil,
of the
and
reason.
after it has,
If
so
they
after,
did the cost benefit analysis and decided it'd be cheaper to invade, then they're going to invade. And it's not always like a smart thing to do, but they're going to do it to try to save a penny.
yes,
Yes.
my point is that the invasion of Iraq wasn't due to natural resources because they could get natural resources by trade.
My point is, I don't care where the people are from, they're still people, and they deserve to have basic necessities. You don't think that.
Yes.
Yeah, so you think that it's
I
fine
mean,
that
I
people
think
just
that
don't
their
have what they need to
society
survive.
should be responsible for their own stuff. I don't think it's our responsibility
It's
to
largely
be.
the American and Western European societies that are responsible for their downfall in the first place.
No, no, it's their
Yes,
genes.
yes, it's their genes. Yeah, okay.
No.
I think we're done, man.
Yeah.
You have a good one.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, I could have done better. I could have done a lot better. He's a disgusting human being. I hate his guts, but I could have done a lot better in that. You did well enough. Well enough's not good enough. All of his brainwormed opinions were painful. I think there were parts of the debate that I did really well, but I feel like I fucked it up too much. We can talk about it later if you want, maybe. Sorry, I thought we had a mod in YouTube chat. You stripped him of all his facades and made him admit what he really thinks. Yeah, I think toward the end I did better because I geared it towards something that I'm better at talking about, but I don't know how to contest all this bullshit like white supremacist research. I'm just not good at it. It didn't seem like you messed up. The problem is fundamentally this person does not hold these same axiomatic beliefs. You tend to let them ramble a bit much. It's not research, it's blogs from upper crust idiots. A lot of it is research from the time that white supremacy was like just an accepted fact. Go work out, get some food. Just, yeah, that was hard to watch. That's on me. I led down the wrong track. Nothing's on you. It's a problem with me. I have to get better at debating this shit. If the thing is, if I'm going to debate this stuff, I have to have an idea of what the talking points are and be able to combat it, and that's on me for not having that. I still think I was able to strip him down at the end and show everybody, like, look, this is what he actually thinks, that, like, not everybody deserves these basic necessities, like, strictly because of where they're from, sorry. But, he just kept throwing, like, these different talking points out, and I kept taking the bait. Around 3 or 4 if you want to talk shit and help preparation later. I can try to hop on. Excuse me. Well, what's 3 or 4 for you? Because right now it's 4 o'clock for me. You did good. I don't think I did very good. You went in with a lot of hope. I really did. I thought that, like, the more I spoke to him, the less genuine he seemed. Like, he just doesn't seem to give a shit about, like, people. It just confounds me that people exist that just don't care about, like, what happens to people. Like, I still think no, let me take that back. I think that he's genuine, but I think that he's genuinely just a terrible person. You had more patience than I would have given him. I really should have not been as patient. I don't know. I don't think that was good. The guy was fumbling harder than you think. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. You did better than Simric on the donos. That was wild. You better thank Simric on the donos. Gotcha. Simric, thank you so much for all the donos. I appreciate you. He became really self-assured once he went towards race realism. He came off a little thought lagged at the end. We were both tired by the end, I'm sure. It's just like, I reached a point during the debate where my brain kind of went blank looking at all these different studies, and I'm like, oh god, how do I explain this one? Like, the one that I pulled up was clearly from a white supremacist, and I had to look him up to go back and discredit it, and that was really bad. But it came up in a fucking Google search. And people just eat this shit up because it's still on these intellectual like websites with scientific journals. Like, it's still in there. With nothing saying that, like, oh, look, this actually is a person who is a white supremacist and you probably shouldn't take this seriously. Google is getting worse. I think what I need, in order to combat this in the future, I need to talk to somebody about... I just need to do some educating, is what I need to do, if I'm going to have these discussions in the future. I need to learn more. Because I did not perform to my standard in that debate. I did not. JF Gary Epi? Maybe. What even was the point of the IQ thing? It's to the point of IQ is to make it seem like white people are smarter than black people. That's the point of IQ. Halleck training montage. I don't know. I just hope I came off looking better than that guy did. I can't believe I let him slap me around like that. He was spouting some really crazy stuff. You're beating yourself up? You really didn't do bad? I don't know. Even he admitted that we're winning. Trust me, he was cornered. Maybe. I came in a bit late, but your calm energy contrasted good against his sort of ignorant energy. He oozed underinformed vibes. When you dropped the Irish question on him, it cornered him. Yeah, whoever donated, I think that was you, Simric, thank you. I understood your points better than his. I can't really say much, though. You forced him to abandon his position multiple times. It was when he went mask off that you started to have trouble.
Wealth, fame, power.
Race realist. White nationalist. UBERSOY. I did not see that coming. Not see.
Very nice. Thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted sub, Sake Tanuki. How'd the debate go? It could have been better. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I got caught up in the fucking bullshit that he was spewing. Did you prepare with info? No, I don't typically prepare for debates because I just don't. I usually don't think it's necessary. Usually I can just defer back to my worldview and say, this is how society ought to be structured. And that's my problem. I didn't go back to that. I didn't say, okay, but why does this even matter? Sounds rough. I did fine. I guess. I did fine. I just wish I'd have done better. I really should have blown him out of the water. I should have been able to. Is there a Twitch link? No, if you go to alegunter.com/live, that's where you're seeing the chat from. I know plenty of gay and bi folks who want loads of kids. I actually think you could have been a little meaner. I could have been meaner, for sure. I'm still in stream chat. I mean, that guy is well read on his bullshit. Just breathe more, I guess. Massive respect for you sticking out and not losing your minds. Thank you very much for the $12. I appreciate that.
Wealth, fame, power.
Gay people don't want kids. Have you been to Park Slope, Brooklyn?
I have not, but thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subsockets. Okay, I appreciate that very much. Dude kept throwing around people he read that needs to be shut down early. He has to voice his own beliefs. I did do that at one point. I did say grow some balls and tell me what you believe. I think, honestly, it's not even a matter of how prepped I was. It's just a matter of I let him lead me down these rabbit holes of, like, what I, like who has what IQ, and, like, is this, like, even a thing that we need to be worried about? Like, at the end of the day, you don't even have to worry about the IQ question because IQ doesn't fucking matter. And you can't prove that it does. What are we debating about? Mostly the white supremacist IQ talking point. The eugenics thing was yikes. Oh yeah, he's like literally a eugenicist. Like he admitted that. I don't know. I don't know how much of it is in my head, but I just feel like I could have done better. Here, we'll watch how Vosh did it.
This man's politics are all whining. This is the reason why, like, Stacy chose Tyrone over you in school.
So
he doesn't even
like
know the data on this because he only pretends to care about white people when it gets back at Tyrone from high school. Just
so
Google it. Google. It's there. No.
That's what I should have done. I should. God, in the first like 10 seconds of this fucking video, I realized, why do you like not advocate for these things for white people? You know, or I guess he never like said he's a. No, he said did he say he's a white supremacist? I know he said he's a eugenicist. And also, like, if he's so concerned with IQ, then he should be concerned with making people's environmental why did I not say this? If you're so concerned with making people's IQ higher, you should be concerned about their environmental factors. Because the studies show that is what improves their IQ more than anything else. He said he was a white nationalist. He did say that. I don't know. I just, oh God, I could have done so much better. I'm
Stop
just
getting mad at me
disappointed.
for you not doing research. You can Google it. How could bringing Jorge in here possibly... I'll show you! I'll happily show you. The research has been done, but you don't care. You don't care at all. It's about the race war to you.
Props for not crashing out. I would have actually lost my mind.
0% of you are subscribed. Fix that.
Your will kill you. You're a disease saying like you're a disease saying like, okay, you need to take some medicine because otherwise, like, I will kill you.
Big guy, those Russians are not ethnostaters. Okay, they have Mongol soldiers, they have Chechens, they have Muslims,
which they're conscripting in disproportionate numbers, so they die in the front lines. Russia is extremely ethnically supremacist for the Russians.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Wait, they're literally conscripting en masse the Chechens and the people from Siberia.
Ukrainians didn't want Russians who they had historical grievance with running their government in a pro-Russian manner, right? They wanted to have Ukrainians governing.
Can we tie this?
Because he said it's all about genetics, not environment. No, he ceded ground on that. He said, no, I never said it's not about environment at all. Big guy. You need to make fun of the guests when they go mask off. I agree. I did not make fun of him enough. I need to do more of the belittling when they do that shit. I don't know. I just feel like I didn't have the sauce this time.
This back into demographic shifts in the West.
Yeah,
all I'm saying, my broad problem is that this is retarded. First of all, ethnostates aren't real. There are monoracial states. There are no ethnostates because ethnicities are infinitely fracturable. Anytime you have a state with one ethnicity, you will quickly find there's more than one. America, white Americans are not just one ethnicity. People who live, white people in New York, white people in Florida, white people in California, these are absolutely distinct ethnicities. We don't treat it that way because in America we fetishize the idea of having kind of like a monoculture, but holy shit, we do not. You know, there are as many differences between whites living in Washington and in Florida as there are between like Tajiks and Uzbeks in some parts of Russia. Like, it's a whole thing.
What I mean by ethnostate
is race state. I know.
But it was the genocide claims in Donbass that really lit the fire
really did
here.
nothing.
And
Hitler claimed that he was invading Poland defensively. You know that?
Okay, but it's not just that. I think that there's no separatism.
I think the relevancy of IQ should have been challenged. I agree. I should have been like, dude, IQ is not even relevant to this discussion. That's what I should have said. Oh, I don't know. Once you catch a whiff of bad faith, I think the question of in the back of our minds for everything in the other person said should be, why does this matter? Before, why is this wrong? Bosch is also very quick to insult people he disagrees with. That's true. Be an Uber? No. Would have gone down the rabbit hole on why IQ is important. Oh yeah, the motorcycles thing, yeah. I don't know, like, it's not the worst I've ever done. It's just not the best either. My point is I could have done better. I'm a little sad I didn't catch the debate because I have no input to give. Yeah, just let me know your thoughts after you watch it, when you watch it. As someone with 143 IQ, I can tell you it matters very little. That's what I'm talking about. Like, listen, there's like no statistics here since we're not currently in a debate. Are high IQ people more successful? A modern look at term and study of the gifted. It's often assumed that high IQ people will be more successful. Evidence suggests that having a high IQ is hardly a guarantee for financial, academic, or creative success. This article explores whether high IQ people may have an edge when it comes to success, as well as some other factors that might play a part in determining life outcomes. Designed to identify school children in need of extra academic help, over time the intention changed. The test transformed into a means to identify people who had higher than average intelligence. Standardized exam such as the Stanford-Binet test, the average IQ score is 100. Anything above 140 is considered a high or genius level IQ. About 2% of the population scores 130 or above. Limitations. Some tests may be more reliable than others. The way that the tests are constructed and scored can also affect scores. See, like, this is all shit that I just could have easily brought up. Like, IQ tests aren't even, there's not even a universal IQ test. They're, like, all scored differently and tested differently. There's, like, different methods that people use during the IQ test. Like, if the IQ test is this grand point of intelligence, why are there so many different types, and why are they measured in so many different ways? I've never taken an IQ test that makes you smarter than all of you. High intelligent people are sometimes easy to recognize. It is essential to remember that each individual is unique. Few characteristics that intelligent people may share include adaptability, curiosity, recognition of limitations, empathy, open-minded, and solitary. Well, empathy, that guy did not have any empathy. I'll say that much. Some people reported to have very high IQs include Marilyn Vos Savant, a magazine columnist, with an IQ score of 228. Jesus Christ. Greek physician with 198 to 205 and 205. When IQ testing was introduced, researchers examined whether higher test scores were linked to more than just doing well in school. In the early 1920s, psychologist Louis Terman began investigating the emotional and social development skills of kids with genius IQ scores. He chose 1,500 children in California between the ages of 8 and 12 who had an average IQ of 150. Over many years, Terman tracked the children and found that most were socially and physically well-adjusted. Not only were they academically successful, but they also tended to be healthier, stronger, taller, and less accident-prone than a matched set of children with average IQs. That's interesting. Taller. Terman's study of the gifted. When looking at a group as a whole after 35 years of study, Terman reported the subject's net average income in 1955 was $33,000 compared to a national average of $5,000. Two-thirds had earned college degrees. A large number have gone on to attain postgraduate and professional degrees. Many of these had become doctors, lawyers, business executives, and scientists. More than 50 became faculty members at colleges and universities. Terman noted that most pursued more humble occupations, including police officers, sailors, typists, and filing clerks. He ultimately concluded that intelligence and achievement were far from perfectly correlated. So Terman himself said that. Terman himself said that intelligence and achievement were far from perfectly correlated. Height is correlated with success. That is interesting. Would also really have helped to push the IQ of the point of why IQ is important. Yeah, I said it's literally not used anywhere, and I think that he brought up some kind of like woke thing. He said that like it's because like you're prevented from doing that or something. Like preventing IQ from. What would I even search for that? I did push that, but I kept coming back to the IQ thing. I shouldn't have spoken on something that I'm not that educated about. Did he mention Jewish people being involved? No. While such findings are compelling, Terman's results are often criticized for excluding factors that may have contributed to a person's success or failure. Important events such as the Great Depression and World War II may have significantly affected educational attainment. Traditional gender roles and sex-based discrimination also severely limited the professional prospects of women. Some researchers have suggested that any randomly selected group of children with similar backgrounds would have been just as successful as Terman's original subjects. Many others have expressed concern that intelligence tests in general are biased in favor of children of higher socioeconomic status. Personality traits, IQ, and success. Researcher Melita Odin carried on Terman's research after his death, decided to compare the 100 most successful subjects from the study Group A to the 100 least successful Group C. They essentially had the same IQ levels. Those in Group C only earned slightly above the average income of the time and had higher rates of alcoholism and divorce than individuals in Group A. According to Odin, the disparity was explained in large part by the psychological characteristics of the groups. Those in Group A tended to exhibit characteristics such as desire to excel, perseverance, prudence, and forethought. Furthermore, as adults, they exhibited 3 key traits not seen in most Group C subjects: goal orientation, self-confidence, and perseverance. This suggests that while IQ can play a role in life success, personality traits remain the determining feature in realizing that success. Another good point to bring up. 2016 study supports this conclusion, noting that grades and achievement tests are generally better predictors of life outcomes than IQ tests, because they can better measure personality traits and also predict success. Outcomes for people with high IQ. While a high IQ can't predict success in life, it does reliably predict academic success in school. Research also suggests that high IQ people tend to be more successful at work. However, in some cases, it may just be the opposite. Some studies have suggested that children with exceptional intelligence may be more prone to depression and social isolation than less gifted peers. They may need support in these areas and other areas to perform well at school and work. Openness to experience. People with high IQ are more likely to smoke marijuana and use illegal drugs. Personality trait known as openness to experience might help explain this connection. This trait is one of the key personality dimensions described in the Big Five theory of personality. If IQ tests actually measured your inherent intelligence, then practice shouldn't make you better at the test. If we cared about people scoring high on IQ tests, we'd just practice taking them. That's true. It's a good point. People were oddly weird about ADHD in the 80s and 90s. Oh yeah, they were odd about like all kinds of mental disabilities or variances, I suppose. General or cognitive intelligence is what IQ tests measure, but another indicator of success may be emotional intelligence, or EQ. This is the ability to express and control your emotions, but also to perceive, evaluate, and react to emotions of others. People with high EQ are often quite successful in careers and relationships regardless of their IQ. Google assessment tests. Free online questions. Those are the tests that companies used for hiring. Is it Google assessment tests or just assessment tests? People are oddly weird about ADHD. Today, I agree. While researchers continue to debate Terman's research, most are in agreement about the key finding. While intelligence may suggest a potential for success, it doesn't guarantee an outcome. Fulfilling that potential requires skill, traits, and support that IQ tests alone can't measure. Your score on an IQ test can be an interesting way to learn more about some of your cognitive abilities, but it is essential to remember that such tests have significant limitations. And as the research has shown, IQ may predict academic success, but doesn't necessarily correlate to other life outcomes. So he's saying that, like, yeah, we should be trying to improve the IQ of everybody, of the world. But he wants to do that through eugenics, basically by preventing people from being born if they have low IQ. You know, and that's just not a good way to do it. There's so many other indicators of success and how, and also, like, it's just gross to suggest that, like, we should be aborting based on somebody's, like, fucking IQ. That is entirely a choice up to the mother. For whatever reason the mother deems necessary, as well. If they find out, look, your fetus might have a low IQ and they want to abort it, I don't agree with them doing it, but that's their choice. It's attached to their fucking body. High IQ people tend to suffer from more anxiety-related mental disorders. There's also the messaging effect as well. Messaging effect. If you tell kids they will succeed and reinforce it, and then have them take the tests, they score 5 to 8 points better. In reverse, it's 10 to 15 points lower. Don't forget, he thinks black people have genetically low IQ. Yeah, he was basing it all on genetics. And he's using he's using studies from like white supremacist geneticists. In Lewis' Terman's study of children with high IQ, the subjects had a range of careers when they become adults, from filing clerks to doctors. It's not a measure of success. It's not a measure of what somebody is capable of doing with their life. And I wish that I had made that point more clear. It's not an important measuring stick when talking about like the value of an individual. That's the point that I should have made. And IQ does not value make. Okay? That does not mean that somebody is more or less human, or that they deserve more or less consideration. And that's the point that he was trying to say, is that people with higher IQ deserve more consideration. IQ or smartness isn't even genetic. Well, yeah, it's mostly environmentally determined. I'm bookmarking this page. It's a good source. I don't know. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I don't feel like ending just yet, so give me just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think the lesson for all of us is don't trust the soy jack. True. I don't know, guys. I'm sorry that I didn't do as well as I wanted. I really am. I don't want to be a... I don't want to cede any ground to a fucking white supremacist. And I feel like I did a little bit, and I'm sorry. Only person upset is you, Alec. I don't know. I just... Be honest, chat. Am I being too critical of myself? You're the man who bodied Matt Walsh. Yeah, but I can't just be the guy who bodied Matt Walsh. I can't know. Lady Nova, I value your opinion so much because you weren't there yet. And now you, like, I need a neutral stance. I really need a neutral stance. It's good to be self-critical and strive for improvement, but you did good. You're being more critical of yourself than you should be. As long as you take it as an opportunity to learn, not to wallow in it. It's good to be self-critical. Guillermo del Totoro. Thank you. I appreciate the honesty. Seriously. You could have had better control over the narrative. You definitely got lost in the IQ weeds, but most everything else was good. Learning more was good. I think in the future when IQ comes up, I just need to like write it off immediately. Just be like, IQ does not matter. The studies show that it doesn't matter. Like, just because you say that like black people have lower IQ naturally, it doesn't matter. There are so many other measures of intelligence that come into play, and IQ is literally just used by race realists to try to justify their worldview that black people are genetically inferior. Like, that's all it's used for. You were a little too good faith early on. Moments he started going eugenics in 1350, should have abandoned all good faith. Yeah, I agree. I didn't go nearly hard enough on him. Actively researching during a debate takes a lot of mental RAM. I agree. The consideration and worth of a person is not based on IQ. Yeah, exactly. Chuds won. I don't know if I would say that he won that debate. I don't think he won. I just wish that I had done better. Biggest problem is when you start research, they can ramble. That's true. I don't know. I'll take this as a learning moment. I knew it was going to devolve into some sort of nonsense as soon as he brought up Blanchard. Who's Blanchard? I don't even know who Blanchard is. Winning bigly is worth something, but I have to second you shouldn't beat yourself up over a mediocre performance. I do that a lot. I don't even think I did particularly well against the anti-furry that one time. Ray Blanchard is the guy that invented the now debunked HSTS-AGP dichotomy. I wasn't able to immediately pull up a source that said AGP's bullshit either. And that was a problem. From Julia Serrano. Et al. It is generally accepted within psychology and among trans health providers that transgender people who transition do so because they have a gender identity that is I feel like I did a really good job of explaining, like, gender, at least. The theory of autogonophilia posits that transgender women's female gender identities and transitions are merely a byproduct of their sexual orientations. While subsequent research has yielded numerous lines of evidence that, taken together, disprove the theory, autogynephilia is still often touted by anti-transgender groups, including trans-exclusionary feminists. Here I provide an updated overview of the scientific case against autogynephilia. Following that, I will provide... Well, I don't have full access to this. Julia... See if I can find a free version. Here we go. Perfect. Okay. Developed by Blanchard. Autogynephilia is to be treated the same as IQ. Well, I just want to make sure I have the receipts. It was just a bad day. Alec, do you think this was a bad performance or because you yourself aren't good enough? Because I would say the former makes more sense to me. I mean, I know that I'm good enough to combat these points. I know that I can. I just didn't. Autogynephilia is one but of several possible erotic target location errors. This is according to Blanchard, which hypothetically occur when men who have a particular sexual object choice develop a paraphilic desire to become that sexual object themselves. The evidence forwarded to support this theory is entirely anecdotal, consisting of case histories of certain individuals who both are pedophilic and engage in age regression play, or of individuals who are both attracted to amputees and wish to become amputees themselves. So they just cherry-picked. Autogynephilia is the one proposed erotic target location error for which the most empirical data has been generated, and as such, it will be the sole focus of this review. Generated controversy. The theory should be accepted because it has more explanatory potential than what they call the feminine essence narrative. Women and men's bodies. I'm going to have to read through all this and take notes. Save this one too. Maybe we'll just do like an IQ segment and like why it doesn't matter one day. Something that also helps is to make sure people are actually answering your point and have listened to your question, because too often it's still the case that people just wait for their time to unleash more talking points, and Soy definitely did that. I was not on top of my game. I let him get away with far too much. That's the point. I didn't come in with a defensive stance. I didn't come in with a solid plan of attack. I just came in for a casual conversation with a guy that I thought would be good faith, and he was not. So that's on me. All right? That's on me. You guys deserve better. That's why I'm so upset, because you guys deserve better than that. You guys deserve somebody who can immediately take this shit down without a second thought. And I don't feel like I did that. And that's why I'm so upset. I should have been more prepared. I should have gone in with a plan of attack, and I should have done better. And you can say that I'm being too self-critical, but that's just the bottom line. I have to be better than that. AGP does leave trans men out of the picture, true. Google Scholar, yeah, good idea. I'll give you a crap ton of notes and we'll learn from the experience. That sounds good, Lady Nova. You deserve room for error. That's fine. I'm fine with error. Guys, listen, I'm not happy with my anti-furry debate. I'm not entirely happy with the debate I uploaded about the anarcho-capitalist. I feel like there are some things that I could have done better. I feel like the gap for error was exceeded, though. It was simply exceeded. I think all the missteps stem from this entering this with too much good faith. I think you're right. Feeling really crappy isn't motivating. That's fair. Ace trans women, yes. It's fine. Might do a thing where we gang up on you on a topic so you can better handle that level of gish gallop. AGP is going to be the talking point Alex should be ready for. I said that it was disproven. And he was just like, no, it hasn't. No, it isn't. And then I said, yes, it is. And then I looked it up and I couldn't find fucking anything. And I just found this, which would have been great. But I need to take this and condense it down to talking points is what I need to do. Like, Blanchard proposed a theory of AGP, which has been disproven over and over and over again by researchers such as this guy, that guy, who are all well established academics in the field. I think you're cool. Thank you. You need to stand harder on him bringing the proof for what he argues. It's like Voss says, at certain points you pass debate and it just becomes about The Rock. Make an ultimate research doc. Yeah, good idea. My nose is itchy, just like the outside of it. That's just the first time in a while that I've had a debate where I'm like, not great. Like, I don't think I lost, but not great. I let him get away with too much. It's frustrating. It's just frustrating. The last time I think I well and truly lost a debate was against Big Papa Fascist. That was terrible. Like, Big Papa Fascist rolled me. It was with me, him, a guy who looks like Neo Cortex from Crash Bandicoot, and then, what's his name? Sprouticus. Sprouticus and I were on a team. We were arguing against, I don't even remember what the debate was about. It was so long ago. But we just did terrible. Like, it was mostly just Big Papa Fascist rolling us. Like, he kept, like, his demeanor threw me off. He kept laughing. It was making me really nervous and uncomfortable. And so, like, I just, you know, granular details are important, especially for the 1350 wankers. Yeah, I fucked up because I said incarceration rate, not arrest rate. And also, it's just an inaccurate statistic anyway. That's another thing I need to look up. 1350 debunked. $13.52 and $13.90. This is really basic shit. I need to refresh. The number 13 used in conjunction with either the number 52 or the number 90 is a shorthand reference to racist propaganda claims by white supremacists against African Americans to depict them as savage and criminal in nature. In this numeric shorthand, the number 13 refers to the purported percentage of the U.S. population that is African American. The number 52 refers to the alleged percentage of all murders committed in the U.S. that are committed by African Americans. Some white supremacists use the number 50 instead of 52. Similarly, white supremacists claim the number 90 refers to the percentage of violent interracial crime allegedly committed by African Americans. Some white supremacists cite the 1994 National Crime Victimization Survey produced by the Justice Department as evidence for the percentage. However, this figure does not show up in the survey itself and is not considered an accurate one. In any case, it should be noted the vast majority of violent crime is interracial, committed by a person of one race against a person of the same race. Sorry, intraracial, not interracial in nature. White supremacists typically employ references to 13 by itself, 1350 or 1352 or 1390 in response to social media posts and the comment section of news stories about crimes in which the suspected perpetrator is African American. In some instances, white supremacists use the numbers as purported police radio code using language like, "We have a 1390 in progress." Okay, so where's like the debunking? I'm currently catching up with the debate, and my God, that guy's insane. Good to know. Why is it not going back? Can you go back? How to argue with a racist. 5 minutes debunked. The DNA of white and black people is completely different. All humans share almost all the same DNA. There's more genetic diversity on the continent of Africa than in the rest of the world put together. Racial purity, Germany for the Germans, Turkey for the Turks. A genealogy test can prove someone is 100% white. Black people are better at running than white people. Now, this isn't what I want. The 1350 myth. One of the most popular myths that has risen in recent years is the myth that black people, despite only making up 13% of the population, commit more than 50% of violent crimes in America. You may have seen this being quoted on Twitter or other social media, but it's possible that you haven't been introduced to the evidence behind it. As with many racist dog whistles, this myth is in the general ballpark of truth. Many people will point to the above chart and say that this is evidence enough to prove that black people commit an extremely high percentage of these violent crimes. However, what this chart actually shows is that black people make up almost 50% of arrests for violent crimes. It shows that black people are being arrested at an extremely disproportionate rate to how often they should be getting arrested. It also doesn't take into account possible acquittals, wrongful imprisonments, or even unfair trials. In conclusion, the myth that black people commit over 50% of violent crimes is not true. Without proper evidence and a surefire way to prove the guilt and valid imprisonment of the black people being arrested, there is no way to prove that black people do, in fact, commit all the violent crimes that they're arrested for. So it's just, I mean, I knew it was bullshit, but it's just like 50%, like it just proves the opposite of what they're saying, which is that they're disproportionately arrested for violent crimes. Despite is another dog whistle for 1350. The main thing about 1350 is correlated differences. Black people are more likely to live in low-income areas, are more targeted, and they're more likely to get convicted. True. Yeah, it's arrests. It's the arrests. They're disproportionately arrested because they're over-policed. This is shit I know. I know this shit. Why did I not just, like, say it? I don't know. I'd be happy to speak with you about the IQ stuff. I suggest you look up who and when it was used and brought over to America, which is when it got used for racist stuff. I think it's a mistake to debate racist on their racist talking points. Redirect the conversation to the casual, not correlated factors like over-policing and economic status. That's true. I should have done more of that. I just wish I'd done better, man. I just wish I'd done... I know I keep saying it. I'm sorry. I just really wish I'd done better. You don't have to keep, like, reaffirming me. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. I don't need reaffirmation. I just need to chill. You did good? I don't know. I'm ruminating. I gotta do something else. What I have to do is go to the bathroom again because of my small bladder. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Maybe I'll go through on my own time and just, like, review it. I'm really bad at reviewing myself when I think I did bad, but I need to be better about it. I tried to keep it... Okay, so I'm going to trauma dump a little bit. I tried to keep it as well on the down low as I can, but I'm, like, terrified of being wrong. I have, like, a visceral fear of, like, being wrong or coming off the incorrect way or anything like that. And it's probably comes from a childhood that, like, discouraged that to the point of punishing people for being wrong. But, like, I need to get over that. I really need to get over it. Really? I'm the total opposite. Getting caught with my pants down is a great learning experience. Is the Am I Racist documentary out? Ooh, it is out. Wonder if I could download it from somewhere legally, you know? Sure, it's somewhere out there on the high seas. The sniper dot on the right, yeah. They're coming after me. Well, I wasn't planning on streaming too long, but I don't want to end yet. Who was it in site chat that said they wanted to come on and talk about it? Like the debate. Wasn't there somebody who said they wanted to come on and talk about it? NB Pal? Chainsaw? Maybe, okay, anybody who has a critique of my debate, I will let you into the call. I can't take everybody, but like anybody who has a critique of my debate, I will let you come on and talk about it. That's what we'll do right now. I think that'll help me feel better. I miss you, buddy, but it wasn't me. I thought you did well. Thank you, Chainsaw. I think it was NQ Bal. I believe that's NB Pal is what you're looking for. Simric, he already left the stream. Damn it. Oh, sorry, somebody else. NB Pal left the stream. Well, I can just hit up NB Pal. Did the debate already happen? It did. I think that it could have gone better. I think it was fine. I think I did fine. I could have done better. My honest assessment is that I did fine. I proved that he's a psycho, but I still could have done better on the details. That's my honest, level-headed assessment. Chainsaw Chimera. Okay, let's do this. If you want to come on and talk, and if you have critiques, just go into the Discord, the waiting room voice channel of the Discord, and hang out in there until I pull you in. The non-compete cope stream? True. No, that's the difference. This is not a cope stream, okay? This is an improvement stream. We'll just hop in stream chat and see if anybody wants to join. In the meantime, I'm going to open up a game again. I don't know what game, though. Did you ever fix the link in the YouTube descriptions? I don't think anybody else complained about it. People have been joining without problem. Without issue. I'll fix it later. Here we go. Hello, and God, I can't talk right now. NB Pal, welcome.
You're good. How are you doing?
I've been better. I feel like I could have done better on the debate. That's all.
It's really a lot of what I tell people, because I've dealt with this before. They don't talk about the history of it and why it was brought over to the U.S., which is an important thing to do. It was, I am 90% sure it was a French guy. When it was brought over in the early, I want to say it was 1700s, the reason for this was to help children not fall behind in school between the ages of like 2 to 7.
Okay.
After that time period, they realized that this doesn't work.
Okay.
Just literally there's too many biases, too many variables, thing doesn't work anymore. But the Americans were like, hey, we can use this, the racist ones, I should say, were like, hey, we can use this to say black children are stupider than white children. And went for it.
Okay. Is there any like official source that talks about this? Just so I know.
Yes, I can try and find it as well as we're doing this. I know one of the other people dropped a bunch of stuff for you. I want to say it was in stream suggestions. It may have been in comments.
Yeah, there was just too much to go through for that little bit of time.
They were piling it in.
And he was able to ramble about it. I have the Wikipedia page open for it. Reliability and validity.
Yes, the Alfred Bennett. I believe this is going to be one of the ones that talks about specifically what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Which is his bringment towards it.
Alfred Bennett and the history of IQ testing. Okay.
Yep. And then when they talked about the one for the stores and things for like jobs, that's the military test. That's close to the military test, which is the aptitude test or something like that. They're testing to see how good you'll be at a specific thing within the workforce, not an IQ test. These are different.
Say that one more time. Sorry.
They're doing. I think it's the aptitude test is what that is. It's a variant, I should say, of the aptitude test.
Okay.
What it is to say whether or not you as a person will be good at your job in this specific area.
Mhm.
It has nothing to do with how good your IQ is or anything like that.
Mhm.
Just, hey, are you good at being a manager? Yes or no?
Okay.
And even the military has problems with saying that test is good. They have run into problems where it's just complete, like it's wrong.
Right.
So it just doesn't work. And how they were describing it is the people they were using to move their point forward with you were all race realists. Like they pushed the idea that this is a thing.
Right. There were people who already had an interest in discriminating against people of other races.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I tried to bring that up, but I don't feel I did a very strong job.
What I will tell you is I've heard a lot of those same talking points from the right-leaning people of Russia. I'm not going to make any comments towards whether or not I think that person is from there. But it's a lot of talking points, and he was just shoving them out at you, and you did pretty good. I would tell you hold their feet to the fire on like one specific thing and don't let them walk from it.
Yeah, I need to do better about that.
Because that's what he was doing. Once he figured out he could do that, he was just like, let me jump all over the place so that you can't catch me in one specific thing.
I went in with too good faith. Like I was treating him with like better faith than he deserved.
No, I would say that you went in with the right amount of faith. You went in there with the idea that like good person, not bad person. That's a good thing.
Right.
I think it's important to believe that everyone's a good person as opposed to believing they're bad automatically.
Like everybody wants good things is the default.
Yep. Yep.
So
sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, is there anything else you wanted to add? Like
nope,
anything
that was about it.
Okay, so basically your critique is that I should know the history of why IQ was brought over, and be able to bring that up and say that like, look, eugenicists are the ones who took this over and said, hey, we can use it to discriminate against black people.
Yep.
Okay. All right, I will do that in the future.
Alrighties. I will talk to you later.
All right, thank you very much for coming on, MB. I appreciate it.
Love everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You should go in with good faith, but then you can retract that to match your level of engagement. Yeah, I treated it with too good. Like, later on in the debate, I treated it with too good faith. What chat do we go into to wait? If you go into the waiting room at the very bottom of the page, then I'll pull you in. If you have, like, actual critique of the debate. The Discord link is in the YouTube description. Still waiting on you. I might be stupid, but what is this game? Risk of Rain 2. That's not being stupid. That's just not knowing what the game is. I don't think that I lost. I don't think I let him beat me. I just think that I let him get away with too much. Okay, we're pulling in Chet Wilson. Hello? Chet Wilson? Hello? They muted? Well, I can see he's muted, but he can unmute anytime he wants. Doing all right, Chet? No perms to talk? Oh, that's weird. Wait, come back. Where'd they go? Yeah, I tried to unmute, but they just left. Here we go. Hello?
All right, I think I got
There we
figured
go.
out.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. You know, hanging in there.
Yeah, so yeah. Also, by the way, I'm going for a walk right now, so if you hear any noise, it's just like outside noise from cars and whatnot.
Oh, you're good.
So yeah. But yeah, I didn't catch all the debate. I watched your openers and then maybe like first 2 to 3 points or so. But from what I saw, it just kind of looked like you let him ramble on, which you can do that sometimes whenever they go for things like Manifest Destiny. You know, there's nothing that can be like proven with that, so you can let them ramble on and they'll just prove themselves false.
Mm-hmm.
But with stuff like crime rate and IQ, can't really let them go on for a little bit, because then, you know, especially with people like this who have like a lot of information and articles to back it up.
Right, it
So,
becomes irresponsible platforming.
Yeah. So I think next time maybe work on like timing with subjects, you know, like if there's something that you have a lot of information on, you know, well, then you can kind of talk to them for a lot. But, you know, there's some that you might not know as well, that and they know more. And I would say try to avoid talking too much or let them getting in as many points with that. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
Aside
sense.
from that, yeah. Aside from that, I'd say you did pretty well. But the only critique is like the IQ thing. You know, that's not something that needs to be like talked about a lot. Because, you know, it just kind of doesn't make sense with that point. But, you know,
it really didn't. It didn't make
a
sense
lot
for me to like let them go on and on about it, and
Yeah.
also like just follow along. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, which that's the only thing. Like when I was saying, if you prepare your speeches, you don't have to like write out a script or anything. But whenever they're making their opening points or something, see if you can just look up like a document or two that covers most of that stuff. Because usually people will have put together articles that'll cover almost everything that like a white supremacist would say. So, yeah.
Right. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I think, yeah, was that dude looked like he was kind of pretty prepared with some stuff, you know?
I just
Like
didn't
he had
think
a
we'd
lot
be
of
getting into
information,
white
it was just wrong.
supremacy. I really did not think that he was a white supremacist.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to tell in the beginning because they'll start off with stuff that like actually right that could be like turned into white supremacy topics, you know? So it's just a little thing to watch out about next time.
Yeah, I got to be like prepared to shift gears when they start the white supremacy bullshit.
Yeah. And I'd say, like, for example, a lot of white supremacists, they'll talk about the effect of something and not the cause, only if it's beneficiary to them. So, like, for example, with a lot of the crime rate, we'll talk about how the cause of that, like fatherlessness, which makes sense on one hand. Then on the other hand, the reason why a lot of black people don't have fathers is because they get falsely accused of crimes and go to prison and all that stuff. So, I would say try to talk about not the causes, because then they'll just deny all that, but try to talk about a problem that could have led into the points that they're talking about. Talk about the causes of the bad. So, you know.
Yeah, I didn't go back enough to like the reasons that like these crime statistics are so high, because you can like technically you can cede the 1350 argument and say that's caused by environmental factors, and like, but not that you should cede that argument because that's clearly a false statistic, but you could technically. So like I don't know why I didn't do that. That's usually what I like. My forte is like ceding certain arguments and being like, well, even if that were true, like the reasoning is here, like, you know, it's environmentally influenced, not so like it's not genetically driven. So
one more thing.
right.
Whenever like a lot of the points that they'll pull up with like statistics, it would be a statistic that could support their point, but they just have it for a different one. Like where a lot of the 1350 comes from isn't actual crime rate, but it's just incarceration and especially arrest rate. That's one thing that they like to pull up a lot, because then it'll be a lot. There will be a lot more numbers of that, because you know black neighborhoods usually are over policed. Like even private black neighborhoods will be over policed, because like I live in a public white neighborhood and I only see like one cop, and they just stay there during like the night for a couple hours and then they'll leave. So you know, I would just say, like I said, try to poke, don't counter their point entirely, but try to poke a little hole where you can find one. Try to poke a little hole in their point, because then typically their points will help with their other points. So if you poke a hole in one little point, it would keep on going for a domino effect, and then it'll just disprove almost everything for you. So
yeah, that's true.
That's at least what I've seen the most.
Nitpick it, you know, which and the 1350 thing. All I have to do is say the 50% is the arrest rate, not the actual, which indicates that they're being arrested at a disproportionate rate, which means they're being over policed.
Yeah.
You know,
and a lot of the arguments that they make,
the racist idea that they commit more crime, which leads to these false statistics. It's a circular thing.
Yeah, like a lot of the arguments that they make, they actually kind of help your points. Because, like for example, like the IQ point they have lower IQs. You could turn that into, well, they don't have as many resources allowed by the government. You know, and
I feel like
even the schools that they do have. Yeah, I'm not saying you didn't, but like that's just something to keep in mind in the future, that a lot of their points can help your points.
Right.
So yeah.
Right. I don't know why.
Well, those are the.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Those are the only main critiques I had. Just in the future, I'd say if you can kind of tell in the beginning that a person who might be like a racist or white supremacist or whatever, if you can tell they have read a lot of stuff, then I'd say try to find some sources that prove their points. Because typically when you look through documents that they're using, you can find a lot of information that would help your point. Like, yeah, it would help a lot to just look at what they're kind of looking at and try to form a point around that to debunk all of that.
Right. I get what you're saying. Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to add? I'm sorry, my brain is kind of fried. You still there?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to push, but yeah.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, it's just kind of tough talking with people like that who just can't see why things happen, you know?
Yeah, I think I'm blowing this out of proportion. I think that he came off as the crazy one, and I just could have done a little bit better job at the small things.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's still an entertaining debate, and now.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, I ain't got nothing much, so I'll let you go now. So.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming on and giving your 2 cents. Seriously, I'm trying to always get better. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
No problem, man. Have a good day.
Yeah. Take care. The one thing he did produce was that Pepe post with a dead Twitter link. Yeah, like why should I have even taken that? That's what I should have said. It's like this has a Pepe thing on it, and it has a dead Twitter link. Why should I take this guy seriously? Was it late to the party? Yes. So we debated already, so it's over, and we were just doing some post debate critique because I feel like I could have done better. RIP, I'm 4 hours late. Sorry to hear it. I hate to hear it. All right. I think I'm going to hop off of here for now and collect myself. I'm going to hop off for now. I was supposed to keep it short anyway. Who's live right now? Take a breather, you've earned it. Has it been over 4 hours? No, wait, no, it has been over 4 hours. Jesus, I thought the stream was going to be short. I don't know. I might, depending on how I feel later, I thought about coming back and doing some gaming. So I might do that. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I'm just trying to see who's live. I don't really see. Tina's live. I don't know how much longer she'll be live for. I'll go ahead and host her. I got a lot of people. All right, I'm posting Tina's URL in the chat, so get over there. I'm going to be hosting her. Where are you at? There you are. All right, go get over to Tina. She won't be live for much longer, but make sure to follow her and subscribe and all that. All right, I want to thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate it very much. I think I did fine in the debate. I will be fine. I don't know if I honestly don't know if I'm going to post it to the main channel. I have a problem doing that when I think that like I didn't do as well as I would have liked. So we'll see. But yeah, learning moment. So take care, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all your support and critiques and all that. And I will see you all later. Love you all.